Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feet in the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like
sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me
passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Hello and welcome to everybody at home to the Rainbow Six Masters Playday number 7. Waving enthusiastically is Dev Marta. My name is Xenox, making my debut tonight, but welcome to the show, Dev.
Oh yeah, welcome Xenox finally to a Rainbow Six cast. I know it's been, how long? It's been weeks, months that we've been talking behind the scenes. You've been doing your homework, so no, I mean, the pressure's not on, dude. We're just here to have fun, so it should be a fantastic time.
No, the pressure should be on, right? You know, this is the high level of Rainbow. I mean, I'm excited. I'm really excited to get into tonight's games, especially as well, because we are nearing that halfway mark of the season. Now, you guys can of course follow along at home with the socials down below. Definitely want to hear how you think tonight's going to go as well with the later on poll vote. But Dev, this season it's been extremely close so far.
Oh yeah, we've just seen so many tight games. I know the matches I've cast in particular, so many overtimes. And what's really exciting is, you know, Pro League, we didn't have overtime. We just had draws at 6-6. No, we've had the overtimes here. And I mean, the teams have certainly been giving it their best shot. Even teams coming in at the bottom seed through the open qualifier like LFO, they've drawn games against some of the top teams. So it's been super exciting.
Have a look at the standings on our screens here already, and Wildcard currently sitting on the top by themselves, 15 points. They have at least got a little bit of a buffer, but besides them, as we was talking about, it is extremely close towards that 2-7 mark. So the race for top 4 certainly heating up.
Definitely top 4 into playoffs, and you mentioned 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Knights, Sinister, and LFO, all currently sitting on 9 points. So they're really just, you know, a stone's throw away from jumping over each other and hitting that playoff spot. And even teams like FEROX are only 1 win, which will give them 3 points, 1 map win, away from jumping up and being a contender with those guys as well. As for the top half, you know, Wildcard, Elevate, we expect to see them at the top, but they haven't gone there without some trouble. They've both, as you can see, lost some games to some of these other teams. And I mean, I'm really keen to see how this shapes up by the end of the season.
I think the round differential also just sort of speaks volumes to how close these matches have been. You said it yourself. The matches themselves have been close, along with, of course, the teams then all sort of taking wins and losses against each other quite fairly. Team FEROX, is playing tonight. They're on that 6 points where they're just on the outside, right? Sitting in 7th place, but who knows, maybe after tonight they could catch up to the rest.
Yeah, definitely. We saw last Pro League season that even teams who sit in the bottom half of the standings for quite a long time can make a run in the second half. Sinister being a great example. They didn't lose a single game in the second half of the Pro League. We look at teams like Kanga, maybe they haven't seen an impact yet, but there's plenty of time for them to still get their heads in the game.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the schedule that we have for tonight's games, of course, which we have Elevate versus Team FEROX up first. As I mentioned, I touched on it just a little bit. Big game for Team FEROX. Then followed after that will be LFO and Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that first game, it's first seed off into the league versus Team FEROX currently sitting in 7th place. And then later on, a bit of a rivalry here. LFO coming to the open qualifiers. They've had a lot to prove, and man, they've impressed us. And Knights, a team that's been on such strong form. They had that roster change, and I know that's going to be a huge bloodbath down there as our second game.
Yeah, very much excited to see how that one's going to play out. But of course, Elevate versus Team FEROX, that's the game that we're going to be having up first on tonight. And I'm extremely excited to see how this one plays because of the fact that it's almost a must-win for FEROX. They've got a couple of different easier games potentially in the back half of this over the next few weeks, but you win this, and their chances of making top 4 increase dramatically.
And FEROX might be 7th place at the moment, but they versed 3 of the best teams in the league, Okami, Wildcard, and Knights as well. So as you mentioned, coming up against Elevate here, a lot to prove. These guys also had the most roster changes of any Six Masters team coming into this season. Deptra and Sushi were pretty new, and Todd actually joined after the Six Masters Open qualifier, which he played in for a different team. Golden sitting there is also their sub. So this team really does have a lot to prove and a lot of potential as well.
Yeah, a lot of potential. And I mean, as you said, a lot to prove. It hasn't quite worked out well for them in recent weeks. At the very least, they were able to split 1-1 with Okami. Heading over, of course, to the other side, though, Elevate, they have been on the other spectrum, I guess you could say, where they have been performing very, very well over the last few weeks. They did have that surprise border match against Sinister last week, but as a whole, they are looking like a very surefire team to make top 4 if they continue to play as consistently as they have over the course of this season so far.
Now, this year has been a good time for Elevate. They came out strong in the Pro League. They got second by the end of it, earned them first seed in this league. And yeah, as you mentioned, a couple of strong games. That said, they did drop a map to LFO and a map just last week, close 6-8 rather, to Sinister. So Elevate, I think that they've established themselves as one of the biggest contenders for the region, but you really have to prove it here and squish teams like FEROX to be a serious contender for that top #1 spot.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I mean, FEROX is a team that is going to want to sort of maybe just punch up their weight slightly in this exchange, whereas I think if you're Elevate, yeah, as you said, you're looking to sort of just put them away to 0, ideally, from their perspective. And I've got to say, I mean, I would say that they're very much capable of that. I did see the predictions that you guys put out on Twitter today, Dev. There was 2 draws. I think actually Guz and Raven went for the draws in that prediction.
Yeah, that's right. With the snowball predictions, quite a few of us went for the draw. I stuck with the 2-0 for Elevate, but I've got to say it can slide either way. And like I mentioned, we've seen Elevate drop maps in the last few weeks to LFO and Sinister, and FEROX has proved to be a really strong opponent with close games against Wildcard as well. So anything is possible here.
Right, we're going to go and have a look at the map vetoes here for this matchup between Elevate and FEROX. And one thing that I'm very excited to see is whether or not we get this cafe pick, because we were discussing it before air, how it's such a strong map for Elevate that I feel like for FEROX, just, as a guess here, you've got to maybe ban this map out.
Yeah, definitely. And you only get the 1 ban. Each team gets 1 ban, and then you get 1 pick in this best of 2 series. So it's hugely dangerous. Elevate are just so proficient on that cafe, and then they've got the 5-1 record in 2020 to prove it so far. So let's roll up with the bans. See what we've got. It's Cafe banned out by FEROX, so good analysis there, Xenox, and Clubhouse taken out of the game for Elevate. It has been their most banned map in the Six Masters so far. They've banned it 2 weeks so far, and the last time they won Clubhouse was in January. On the flip side, maybe not the best map for FEROX, but I think that just shows Elevate is looking to stay on turf that they're comfortable with rather than counterbanning FEROX. And a bit of the opposite for FEROX. They're just getting rid of something that they think will be a really good map for Elevate.
I mean, I do love that I got the prediction correct in that case, but I'm also a bit disappointed because these two maps, Cafe and Clubhouse, that have been banned out are probably my two most proficient maps that I've been learning over my last few months, as you said. But hey, I'm very much excited to then see where we're going to move forward here because, as I said, not too surprised that Cafe was banned out, as we're going to have a look at the picks. Consulate and Border making its second appearance now, actually, for Six Masters in this season. So Consulate, not too much of a surprise, but now Border. And I just want to say that I was actually having this discussion with not only, I think, yourself, but Guz and Raven, that we're at that point of the season where it's not a surprise to maybe start seeing Villa and Border a bit more often.
Yeah, well, in particular, those maps that haven't been played so far in this season, they're ones that not a lot of teams has VODs on. So, for example, for FEROX's perspective, there's really not much information on Consulate. It's just that map that they played against Wildcard 2 weeks ago. And for Elevate, still not very many players. Only played 3 times this year so far. So, in a couple games in the Pro League, they also played it last week against Sinister, which was a loss. So, a bit of a gamble for Elevate to pick Border after just losing it last week. From FEROX's perspective as well, going to Consulate, that's a really great map for Elevate as well. They 7-2'd Kanga, 7-4'd LFO, and they only showed some weaknesses back in the last season, the Pro League, when they faced TBD and Wildcards. So a bit of a gamble from both of these teams here. I think they're going to be counting on the fact that they haven't necessarily showed a lot of their map pick, and maybe they've got some innovations to bring to the table.
It's interesting that Border comes out here for Elevate, considering it didn't go their way, but it was a close matchup between themselves and Sinister last week, 6-8 on Border, considering that we haven't seen FEROX on Border for a very, very long time, in fact, and even then, that last time, they weren't able to take it out. So they probably backed themselves in here, and I think overall, based off of these map picks, I'm feeling quite confident for Elevate.
Yeah, on paper, I've got to agree with you. Elevate were the ones who chose to go to Border. There's not a lot of information on FEROX, but it seems like they're just sticking to their guns, so that's cool. Consulate, on paper, great map for Elevate, but FEROX, they have been practicing it clearly. They took Wildcard really close, and if we see another 7-8 between these two teams, whichever way it goes, it's going to be amazing.
Well, we do have the poll vote for you guys at home, of course, that you can participate in, and eager to see the results for this matchup. And, well, I must say, not too surprising, 64% voting for Elevate. There are a few draws in there and then a couple gone for FEROX. So it's about a 60-30 split overall if you count the draws maybe on the side of FEROX.
Yeah, I'm not super surprised about this. I think that most people are going to go with that pretty safe Elevate pick. That said, if Six Masters has shown us anything so far, it's that any match can go either way. We could see a 2-0 sweep for FEROX here. I mean, that's not off the cards. Maybe unlikely, but Elevate, I mean, the pressure is on them. They're going into tonight thinking, okay, we've got to take the 6 points home. We've got to get both of these maps under our belt to make sure we can jump wildcard and be really strong for the rest of the season. They've already dropped 2 maps in the season so far, so it's Elevate that we're really looking to, and they're the ones under pressure. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, we've touched on it probably enough here, but it's Elevate's series to win. It's Elevate's series to make at least 2-0. I think even if it's a draw 1-1, that's more of a loss for Elevate than it is a win. It's more of a win for FEROX, so that's the way that that would probably be regarded. And if FEROX are able to get that draw, you know, I touched on it before, but their next few games are probably more winnable for a team like FEROX, and then that potentially gives them the momentum to take those games out, and who knows where they could finish there. So this is do or die crunch time for a team like FEROX, and for Elevate, it's a must win.
Yeah, absolutely. So much pressure on Elevate right now. They're the ones who need to close us out into 2-0 to get themselves ahead of Wildcard and take that first place that they're so sought after. FEROX, let's see what you've got here on Consulate.
Consulate we go, and Consulate is where we begin tonight's actions as a whole. Of course, later on tonight, we've also then got LFO versus Pittsburgh Knights. After this Elevate versus Team FEROX series, Ying's going to be the first one banned, continues to be the most banned operator this season of Six Masters.
Yeah, people just not really wanting to deal with her at all, and it's funny because in ANZ in particular, we actually haven't seen very much or any Ying play at a high level, so we haven't really seen that potential revealed. But here is an unusual ban from the FEROX camp. Getting that IQ off the board, a very uncommon ban, a very powerful operator, one of the really typical ones you'll see almost every round picked by teams, and this is going to force Elevate to think on their feet about whether they maybe want to get rid of a Valkyrie, maybe a Pulse or a Mozzie, one of those information gatherers that IQ would typically counter.
So first time that we've seen IQ banned this entire season. There were a couple of those last week where we had Thermite and Kaid banned as well for their first time. So teams starting to maybe just move away from the norm a little bit here in the pick ban phases. That's going to be that concluded. Onto Consulate we go now, and Elevate, the favorites, are going to be defending first up against FEROX.
Yeah, and we did end up seeing 2 information gatherers banned out for the defensive side, the Valkyrie by FEROX themselves. So on Consulate in particular, great map for Valkyrie, a lot of spaces outside the map, on trees and pillars that you can put those Valkyrie cameras where they're hard to spot. Typically, you'll get an IQ to go searching for them. That's not the case because IQ's gone. So FEROX clearly, with that off the table, they want to make sure that no one from the opponent can put those Valkyrie cameras outside. So that's gone. And then the Pulse, also a great C4 operator, great information gatherer. That's gone. And you know what? That leaves us with a lot of these defenders that are really commonly banned, like Echo, which is brought here from Vast. The Maestro, which is often banned out and very powerful, particularly on Garage. And lastly, the Mirror. Some of these operators that we just see picked and banned so frequently, they're all on the cards here, which is going to make for some very interesting and spicy defenses.
So CO and Meeting will be the first bomb site for tonight's proceedings on Consulate. Elevate defending first, and think coming into Consulate, you have to think defensively. They should get off to a good start here against FEROX. So it's up to FEROX to open things up, maybe try and be a little bit more aggressive.
10 seconds left.
Catch off guard Elevate.
5 seconds to go.
It's tough to know exactly what strategy FEROX is going to go with, but that Thatcher on the table, one operator we didn't actually talk about much, but is so commonly banned and so powerful. That Thatcher on the table is going to enable FEROX to, and I mean, also Elevate when they switch over the attack, to clear out a lot of util like ADSs and Wamai charges, especially on yellow stairs, which is such a common position to be held. That Thatcher can just clear all of that utility, and then FEROX can send nades in. They've got 4 nades. Sorry, just 2 nades, because Buck doesn't get nades anymore. 2 nades on the Maverick, and you can see this is exactly the push that they're going for. So they've got the Thatcher, Maverick's on the roof, ready to nade out. Deptra's there as well to help clear any ADSs if the Thatcher can't do it enough, but it looks like no one from Elevate is opting to play this power position of yellow stairs, and I think that's a smart move with the Thatcher on the board to clear out ADSs.
Attackers
Fair enough.
located a bomb.
FEROX just trying to find out this information now. I like to focus more heavily on this western side of Consulate. Also then Admin and Visa. Red's already quite low, actually, taking a hit, I believe, by Todd. He's able to fall back. But it is going to be slow and steady wins the race for FEROX to start things off rather than full steam ahead.
Was FEROX who picked this map of Consulate. They're the ones going into this knowing that they wanted to go with these bans that really kind of a bit unusual, throwing a bit of a spanner in the works, forcing these players and these teams to think on their feet. So far, setting up for the CEO execute, looking for picks, clearing out some util. That shield's gone. Nice work from FEROX. Oh, and that's a nice pick there from Sushi on that upside down rappel. Red tries to get a bit too aggressive and he's punished for it.
Well, the angle and the patience pays off for FEROX, holding that for a good part of a minute and a half. Now with only a minute remaining, it's time to probably enter. Although God Legion does find Todd as soon as he was starting to push in. That's not what FEROX needed, considering they got that opening pick thanks to Sushi. God Legion is low, though, in that exchange. And so, Elevate not quite at full health. And Warden, very, very fortunate to not get taken out there.
Time's ticking away, but FEROX is still unsure about some of these positions. Shade wants to get himself into the private bathroom here, but a rappel run out from Worthy does take him down, and Elevate spring into action here. 25 seconds left, and FEROX are going to get that plant down.
I mean, they get the plant down, but they lose 2 members for it. That's the downside. Still holding out from the front is Deptra. Going to be smoked away, though. Forced to get off the rappel. Sushi up close and personal with the diffuser and immediately swatted out by Digital. That's going to be an easy counter defuse, you'd have to think. Depra's trying to get back in. 5 seconds left on the counter defuse. We'll have the angle thanks to the window. Digital's going to be eliminated. 1 versus 2, but the diffuser is in sight of Deptra. Maybe a run out might be required here. Never mind. Vast goes straight for the window. Deptra gets the 3K. FEROX win the opening round in what seemed like an unlikely win, but Deptra comes up big on the window.
What a clutch for him as well. Deptra's been popping off. Such a difficult, stressful position to be in. And yes, the diffuser was down and he had the advantage of being in the position to cover it. But man, Elevate had the numbers advantage and, well, Deptra just held on 1 versus 3, taking out both of the players who were on the diffuser and that player covering. Just nuts stuff. And that's a good way to start FEROX's map pick.
That's a good way to sort of just get the blood pumping a little bit as well for the teams. Probably a few hell yeahs going in the comms as well. And get that momentum potentially building on the side of FEROX. I mean, Elevate didn't necessarily play that round badly. If anything, FEROX were taking their time, struggling to really get any sort of footing inside. Everything was just repelled. And in the end, though, that plant that Sushi was able to sort of get to meant that the position that it was planted in made it so easy for Deptra to hold it at the end.
Well, they aren't going to dwell on that for too long. Smart move. Don't want to get yourself down and after a position like that, especially because they had those opening picks. And they're just going to rotate straight on down, go for this garage defense next, especially with that Echo on the board. I'm surprised Maestro's not being picked. I suppose the Echo is just a replacement for that, but with that Echo on the board, a lot of options for denying that late push in from Elevate, especially, okay, I see it now. So the IQ's banned, so it's going to be really hard to find these yokai drones. And on top of that, FEROX are bringing quite a lot of utility that would counter the Maestro cams from Maestro, the Evil Eyes. You got, what, 2 Ash charges, 2 Zephyr explosives, and Warden's grenades, plus the EMPs. So I like this choice from Elevate. They're rotating their map picks around what's actually been left in and what's available. On top of that, they're actually going for a heavy roam. 2 players working together upstairs, already taken out a few drones. FEROX going to have to deal with this or try and bypass.
God Legion just hanging around Protector. At least from what we've seen FEROX 1 round in, now into the 2nd. They're more than happy to just play patiently. I don't think you have to just rush in, funnel in. Warden's just going to open up garage, obviously.
Nice usage of the Maverick trick here from Warden as well. If you do a nice line with the Maverick torch all the way along the top and all the way along the bottom, it's going to destroy the reinforced part of the panel, and then you just need a little bit of a soft breacher like the Bark or what have you to finish the rest. You can see it's already worked on the right-hand side here. He's just going to finish it off with his rifle, get rid of the soft part. But there's something wrong with how he's done it on this left side. Oh, okay. I guess that's how you're going to do it, Warden. That's so messy. That's kind of disgusting, but all right. If it gets the job done, it gets the job done.
I thought he was going to start making a smiley face there on the wall, but he's missing an eye. I mean, FEROX are probably happy right now, but the minute 15 still remaining in this round. For yellow stairs for Todd. At least he's been able to get a foothold inside of Consulate. Red's still on the first floor as well. Shade's going to get God Legion falling back down. That's a nice frag. This should make it a little bit easier now to gain control of this first floor.
Opting instead of hunting those roamers, just waiting for them to rotate back. Smart move from Shade, and Vast is just below his hatch. Gotta be careful. But still, because FEROX haven't cleared out red here, they don't have control in Piano and Chamber, which is usually used to flush out some of these key anchor positions. Eventually, Todd takes out red from Yellow Soda. But 30 seconds left. Warden's down. Sushi's going to have to revive him, and that gas is going to make him super vulnerable. This is really late for Todd. He's going to start trying to clear out these positions on site.
Shade walks straight in. Is able to get Worthy. 5 versus 2. And FEROX continue to bring that momentum in from the first round. Digital and Vast as the last 2 remaining. They're going to have to go for the retake, but as soon as he steps out, that's going to be very unlikely. Vast is able to get Shade, though. 1 versus 3. Never mind. From the hatch. And it's 2 rounds now to FEROX.
Another good one. I'm really impressed so far by FEROX. They are unrelenting on this attacking side. And haven't really let Elevate get a moment of reprieve, especially since we're going into this and a lot of these typical defending operators like your Maestro, your Echo, they're unbanned. They're left in there. And, well, Elevate have full ability to use them. IQ's even banned, and you got Echo in, but that doesn't matter. FEROX is still getting these plants down.
I mean, I can't say I'm necessarily too surprised. I mean, when we were mentioning in the pregame how strong Elevate are considered to be coming into this series, I think we should have probably harped on a little bit more that it could still very well be close, even if Elevate do make it 2-0. FEROX is not to be counted out. You know, as you said, even you wouldn't be surprised if it goes 2-0 in favor of FEROX. These things can happen. Sometimes you just wake up on the right side of bed, and at least in FEROX's case, they've woken up on the right side coming into Consulate as they start 2-0 very strongly now. Elevate have got a bit of catching up to do.
This is FEROX's map pick, and clearly they've done their homework. They're coming in here with some unorthodox bans, and it's making Elevate change their way. To me, the most unusual ban here from FEROX is the IQ. They get rid of that IQ, and note that Elevate aren't actually starting on the attack right now. They're preemptively changing their strategies to try to incorporate the Echo because he hasn't been banned, and because the IQ has been banned. But this thinking on their feet from Elevate hasn't been translating into round wins just yet.
And I mean, for FEROX, the last time they played that they played on console, it was 7-8 versus Wildcard. You know, that's not such a bad scoreline. I know they didn't come away with the win, but that's close enough where they probably feel that if we just do our homework just a little bit, we can figure out a way to take this map against a team like Elevate. So, seemingly, they have done their homework.
Yeah, definitely. And Deptra placing that drone in garage to be careful of any flanking players later. Looks like a very similar kind of hold, but Elevate have moved some of the utility around. You can see one of my magnets in positions to prevent FEROX from destroying the shield that Red has. Now, this is a great shield here because Red can play it from a long desk to cover and play against the CEO windows, but he can also play it the other direction as well.
Oh, depth shot. I was literally about to say, sitting at that CO window. Does get red from that position as well. Digital just sitting and meeting. Has to be careful of the line of sight that Deptra may be able to find. CO's open for the time being, but how much longer remains to be seen. God Legion down below. And Worthy even further down below. So vertical control seemingly for Elevate is in their mind. But right now, for FEROX, they're happy to just repel and then eventually push onto side at the last minute.
Worthy has to be careful. We know that Deptra put a drone downstairs watching for his rotation, so it's likely FEROX are aware of his position. Now, Repel's just going to come on out, and willy-nilly, Sushi gets in the bomb site, starts this plan. The Echo's going to start to concuss, but it can only delay for about 14 seconds. The second Echo drone comes on through. Oh, and the Thatcher's going to lock that out. Deptra frags are going all the way to FEROX now. Elevate just have God Legion, and he's cut off as well. A flawless attack, and that's 3 in a row for FEROX.
I mean, as I said, Elevate are more focused on trying to have the vertical control on the inside of Conceal. FEROX more than happy to just repel. Deptra was sitting at that window the entire round. Eventually, Sushi just comes by and says, hey, I might as well just go in and plant. It was open. It was open for about 30 seconds before he went in. And from that point onwards, well, the round then just quickly finished off as soon as he got that plant down. I think Elevate started to panic and try and run back to site, and they just get caught off too easily. Go back down to Kitchen Garage, and 3-0 to FEROX. It's a surprising start, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
They are changing at least something, bringing that mirror instead of the mute. Mirror is good to prevent that kind of easy plant. It's free information and very difficult to counter. Unlikely that we'll see FEROX have a suitable counter to it, especially because there is no Hibana or Twitch on the table. We also saw the Maverick being switched over in the 6-pick phase to the Thermite from Warden there. So I think Warden is aware that there's not going to be a lot of utility ready to deny this garage wall, so he's happy to just thermite it open. It's much faster as well. Smart move. That said, it does sacrifice 2 frag grenades, which would be useful for getting rid of these Maestro cams. So maybe Elevate playing a bit of mind games, because previously they picked the Maestro, but 6 picked onto the Echo. Clearly Elevate thinks, okay, this Echo isn't working out. They're thatchering really well, and they're just shooting our Echo drones when we try and bring them in over the floor. So I like these adaptations from both teams. Ooh, and actually a mirror upstairs to prevent this vertical play. I like that from Red. The 2 mirror windows ready. 1 on site and 1 upstairs. Good information. I'm actually surprised that the mirror hasn't been placed in security. The room we're directly above right now. This is the most common place for a mirror. You put a reinforcement on the middle panel facing towards garage and put your mirror there. But no, instead it's been placed in cafeteria. Maybe the smoke's going to play behind that and throw gas all the way onto the plant. But Warden gets that garage 2 panels open nice and quickly. Only 30 seconds down.
I mean, the thinking is probably we're going to want someone in that first floor bathroom, and we may as well just put the mirror there. And can drop down. He does get aggressed on. That garage door already open up. Last time we saw FEROX down here in the basement at cafeteria, they had a pretty easy start thanks to an early pick. So this time they won't have that early pick. They don't all want to just funnel through garage. They're going to need a bit of vertical control on that first floor.
Well, they've got to be cautious, because this Ash could destroy that mirror window in garage if there's no ADSs or Myers to counter it. Red decides to get aggressive. He clearly doesn't have info. This is a really risky play. Ash charge going to go out, and I think that also got caught out. So Deptra's all out of Ash charges. Potentially the Zafia still has some, but for the most part, it looks like this mirror is going to stay intact. It is on a soft wall, however, so FEROX can just keep shooting around it and potentially get a lucky shot onto anyone on the other side. Thatcher EMP also opens up that Evil Eye, but the Evil Eye turns it away, so it can't be shot. Smart move.
Elevate clearly going for that first floor control. Worst case scenario, he's going to retake. Bit of sound. Todd's going to be flashed out. They know he's behind the piano. Oh, God, Legion through the piano. Up on the second one, though, immediately, though. Yep. 50 seconds remaining.
And then the wall bang.
Oh, my goodness. Shade gets red. 4 versus 4 now. God Legion's also very low. They've got the diffuser, but they're running out of time.
I don't know where God is in benches, and likely the Ash doesn't check the angle. There's a freebie for God, 2 on the round. As you mentioned, just 30 seconds left, and FEROX, they have an entrance, but these smoke babes are going to lock him out for a bit longer. Good positions here from Digital. He still has 1 babe in the pocket. This is where push has to come to shove.
20 seconds remaining. Digital just trying to buy time, essentially, with these smokes. Warden pushing over to yellow stairs. Now he's able to get God Legion off guard. He was low, though. That made it easier for Warden. There's the peak. Immediately, Deptra gets the elimination. 1 versus 2 remaining. Knows where 1 is. Doesn't have the...
What?
Oh, never mind! What? How did he just wallbangs Worthy? We'll watch this back. Never mind, a bit of help.
Oh, man.
Okay. Well, they both knew where he was. We saw it from a different angle there, but that's okay.
Yeah, I thought that was a wallbang from the other. I thought that was a Zafia got the kill, but yeah. Man, it seems like Elevate getting themselves into advantageous positions. I mean, here, they had the numbers advantage, and FEROX is just so good at yeeting into the bomb site and closing this off when they need to. 4-0 at the moment in favor of FEROX, and man, this is where you got to start thinking, oh, damn, I hope Elevate have got some good attacks when they switch over the sides.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at the end of the day, we are going to have to see them switch sides, but you do feel like FEROX have come in here with a game plan. That's the sense that we're getting here, and well, I'm assuming they'll have a game plan for the defense as well. And they've done their homework. Elevate haven't quite submitted it just yet, but there's plenty of time still remaining. They can turn things around.
Get that A+. I don't know, maybe an A+ is a bit late at the moment, but potentially a B still on the cards. And Elevate had just been switching between bottom floor, top floor, bottom floor, top floor to no avail. I do like a lot of the adaptations they've made, but it seems like FEROX just seems able to pull something out of nothing, and keep these numbers advantages, making strong entrances onto the bomb site. Blitz in last minute.
5 seconds to insertion.
You keep saying that, you know,
Moving out to locate a
Elevate
bomb.
have tried a little bit of everything, but nothing is working, obviously. So when nothing's working, what do you change to make something work? And Elevate, unfortunately, may be running out of ideas here because FEROX just are in such total control from their attacking side.
Yes, one of the things that has changed is Vask jumping on that dock. Pretty unusual pick, but typically Doc is used for his ACOG. A lot of the reasons why you pick him. So you can have a defender who can take these long-range engagements. You can also potentially heal up players that have been damaged in other positions. So looks like Elevate are going to try and hold on a little bit longer to these yellow stairs. And what's quite good about that is FEROX haven't brought the Maverick this round, so they actually don't have any grenades to flush him out. You're just going to have to rely on some stuns and potentially the Zafir concussions. So Digital going to be a bit safer than maybe he would have been otherwise.
Definitely over the first 4 rounds, Elevate have not really been winning their duels. At best case scenario, maybe 1 or 2 is able to get away. Low health, that's where the Doc can be handy as well. Just to re-heal, get back into the fight. And no surprise with the way that FEROX continue to play this. They've been steadfast on the repel game, pushing in slow. They'll find a pick. They know that if they're patient enough, someone's going to run through a position that they've got covered. It might be Digital here, if he's not careful.
This is the dance of the yellow stairs and private bathroom. Happens so often, and Digital's doing a good job so far. He hasn't got any kills, hasn't landed any damage, but that doesn't matter. He's just stayed there and delayed FEROX. But we know FEROX, even when it comes down to the dying moments, they can blitz in and take control of the round. In a few seconds, Todd is in yellow stairs, but Vast gets the first kill. Shade is good for 1, and that's private controlled. Digital goes down. We also see the Wamai relocate, and a C4 from below. That's the play that they needed. Oh, a bit of team damage there, but God Legion and Worthy below. They're holding on, 52 seconds. FEROX now at a numbers deficit. Now it's just going to spiral here. Just Warden and Deptra to salvage.
And I was going to say, Shade was already quite low on health anyway, so yes, he dies to the C4, but it wasn't that bad. But then now losing Sushi makes it a lot harder in a 2 versus 4 for Warden and Deptra. But I'm not going to lie, even with 30 seconds left, I kind of feel like Deptra's just in a zone. Never mind. As soon as I finish saying it, Red does eventually flush him out. I don't think it can blame me for maybe just thinking Deptra had some sort of a chance. The way that he and FEROX have been playing so far here in Consulate, but it does look like Elevate are going to finally find their first round win.
10 seconds remaining.
Warden can find 1, but it's just consolation frags at this point. He'll get finished off. Elevate finally get themselves on the board. 1 round on the defense. Even if they win this next round and head into their attack at a 2-4 deficit, it's not a great, not an enviable position to be in, but it's something to work from, and there is a possibility there to take this map, or at least take it to overtime as a first step. Might not need it though if they have some strong attacks and they can lock out this next round.
On 4, things have turned around for Elevate.
Especially because it was not close. You know, that round was a decisive win from Elevate.
I hadn't touched my keyboard for 30 minutes and my screens went black and I had a heart attack, Dev. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen that no one got to see, but I was like, no, please, no technical difficulties, not tonight, please. But no, we're good, we're fine.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
But look, I think for Elevate, that's the one that you need to maybe just turn your fortunes around a little bit. You just get just one, and then you can stop the rot a bit. Realize, okay, we figured out their game plan. They're a bit slow. They like to repel. They're using, the windows on the south side a lot.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Understand sort of how to play around it.
Elevate did a really good job at not only stalling out time at that yellow stairs and private take, but also having a couple of cheeky things up their sleeves in order to find some kills when eventually FEROX took control. So the 2 main things I'd note was when Vast was playing the dock, he had that long angle and took out Todd on yellow stairs, thanks to the ACOG, and also we had that C4 from God below. Spawn pick here from Worthy, ballsy. Be careful, doesn't get taken out. couple pre-fires come out. He's so keen for it. He wants to get this numbers advantage nice and early, but thinks better of it. This is a lobby defense, lobby press.
It's something different from Elevate. Even though they won that last round, now you try something even more advantageous. Risk versus reward, obviously, if Worthy goes down there, less than ideal, but it's something different. You know they're repelling, you know that they're pushing from there. If we can just peek it a bit earlier, catch them off guard, they're not going to expect it. But this is where the reason probably why it's been difficult for Elevate to find these early picks is that FEROX have just been slow going.
And something I do like from Elevate is they decided not to go for that garage defense that they've already lost twice. Oof. Wow. Shade does find that first pick. Not sure. Oh, we was downstairs. Wait a second. Shade's on site. Shade's in public right now. Where did he come from? And Warden's going to repel into press as well. What is this from FEROX?
It's against the grain. It's something different. And maybe that round loss is when they've decided, all right, we're going to have to push in a bit earlier this time, catch them off guard. They think that they've figured us out when yet, no, we've still got plan B in the back pocket to pick up another round or two on attack here. Digital at yellow. Stairs. Pushes up. Coming in from behind to see if he can roam in, find a frag or two as he re-enters towards the bomb site. A spiral for Worthy. The ACOG's certainly going to help in this battle. Whether it was Todd or Warden, I'm not exactly sure. How low though?
Warden taken so low on HP, gonna drone up, and there you go. The dock has been spotted. Trying to find an angle through the hatch in garage, looking up in towards public where that Shade, the Ash, did take control of before. Worthy trying to retake the top floor now, but he's a slow operator, makes a lot of noise. Really gonna be trying to leaning into these long-range engagements. And Shade finds another one. Been so impactful this round. Digital goes down and Red caught out as well. A good repel on the spiral from FEROX, and there you go. The second flawless rounds, and FEROX go into their defensive half at a 5-1.
And that ending that we saw just then was such a replica to what we saw in one of the earlier rounds where FEROX just they had another flawless round earlier on. And it was just that same style of just the defensive Elevate running back to site and just getting caught off because FEROX had everything covered. They had everything on lockdown. 5-1 attacking side. Now they switch over to defense. And this is where the question does get asked. Can FEROX continue to keep this up now on their defensive side?
I really feel like Elevate were just struggling for information there. You saw Worthy trying to retake top floor. He's checking every angle. He doesn't know where these players are. And also Red, who is the Wamai, caught out on the rotate. He had no idea where any of the position of the defenders were. And typically when you've got 1, 2, maybe 3 players on your team dead, they're going to be sitting on cameras calling out things for you. But I feel like that Pulse ban and that Valkyrie ban has really affected these teams' ability to get that information gathering. A lot of the information gathering that is remaining is things like Maestro cameras, which are quite easy to spot. And so FEROX will know exactly, or the attackers rather, will know exactly what kind of information the defenders have and what kind of plays that enables. That's why we've also seen a lot of Mozzie leaned into, but Mozzie has to catch a drone before he can even get any information with his gadget. So I'll be interested to see whether Team FEROX does a better job than Elevate at getting information and enabling plays based on it.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Certainly agree. And you've touched on it a few times now, but of course the IQ ban as well really just sort of changes the entire shape of this game. It's not an operator that's typically banned. It's the first time that IQ's been banned this entire season. So, you know, potentially maybe catching Elevate off guard with that. But now, of course, you know, they're not going to have IQ. FEROX are like, okay, we didn't need IQ. Now you don't get IQ.
Yeah, Elevate going for the Nomad, something we didn't see picked out by FEROX, trying to prevent that aggression. Really powerful in this map, especially for shutting down outside runouts. We see teams like TBD who like to play aggressive, ban it all the time. My question is FEROX even going to try and go for these aggressive peaks? That's one of the Mozzie drones taken out by Red. Nice work. But yeah, is FEROX going to be enabled to go for aggressive peaks? Because there's not really much information thanks to the lack of the Valkyrie and the Pulse. So I wonder if that Nomad might even be a wasted pick. Just spots out player on the pixel. Nomad charge goes down. And that's going to lock Deptra off for now.
Well, that's okay. He's still got time. Can rotate back. does mean that Red can start to push up. Has to be careful. Very aggressive though from Red.
Interesting shield placement there in meeting as well. Very unusual. You can see just trying to waste his ADSs. Hopefully that's all the ADS is gone and Worthy can send a explosive in there to clear out the shield. Still no damage done to either side. Another shield here in this very common position. That shield is still up though in meeting. There's no player in meeting any longer. It's just going to force the vault here from any elevate player, which gives Shade on this long angle from the front desk a really favored engagement.
And you can also just see the difference between how both of these two teams have been attacking these sites. I mean, I know it's only Elevate's first attacking round, but pushing in from the east, not as much repelling as we saw from FEROX, electing to try and push up yellow stairs, take control from that way. Shade with the shield, able to just see and watch long desk. 35 seconds left. Elevate getting prepared now for their push in.
Still don't have control of the top floor, however, and Deptra finds that opening. Red goes down. Where is this execute onto lobby? Going for the plant now. It's Digital. God Legion sends himself in. A C4 goes down. Digital dodges it, and there's a frag, but refragged eventually. Another kill. It's just a rain so far, and it's all up to Vast now. He's going to get taken down on the drop. My goodness, what was that? But FEROX come out on top with the manslaughter.
And the C4 started it all, stopping the plant from Digital, trying to just force him back out. It worked, didn't get the kill itself, but pushed him back out. Match point. I cannot believe we are already seeing that at this point, and also the fact that it's 6-1 to FEROX. I'm flabbergasted.
It's crazy. Crazy. And it makes you wonder, you know, we're at 6-1 here. Pretty safe bet to say that FEROX is going to take this map. But what about the next map? What about when we finally actually do get to Border, which Elevate picked? Is this 6-1 head start really going to turn the tables and affect Elevate and FEROX mentally going into the second map and give FEROX even more of a leg up?
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned it that, of course, FEROX were able to pick this map, right? This was their pick, and, well, they've played like it's their pick, that they own this map, that they know what they're doing here in Consulate. Whereas, as you said, Border, okay, we saw them play Border last week for Elevate. They played it really, really well, even though they didn't get the win. But I still think that we're going to a 1-1 draw, right? I think the 1-1 draw now looks like it's going to be more likely. But hey, who am I to count out FEROX going into Border potentially when they've played 6-1 so far in Consulate? Like it almost feels like it would be unfair to count them out on Border, considering we've only seen Border played once, in the past few weeks.
It's definitely not a lot of info for both of these teams on Border. And I mean, if FEROX are a team that has done their VODs, if they predicted Border was probably going to be a map, then that means they would have been scrimming it a lot. It means they would have been watching Elevate's match from last week. Difficult to say whether it was predictable that Elevate would have taken us to Border. I don't think I would have necessarily predicted it, but I don't know, maybe it is that next spec map. I mean, Consulate and Cafe were what I had for Elevate's two best maps. And I mean, clearly, Cafe got banned out, right, by FEROX. That makes sense. Consulate being the next best map, I'm scratching my head thinking maybe not. We're looking at a 6-1 right now.
Yeah, you might have to change that, I think, in the notes for next week for Consulate and Elevate based off of this. But look, I mean, before we completely write off Elevate entirely, it is 6-1, so it's hard to sit back and say, yeah, maybe there's a chance, maybe, just maybe. But that's a long, long way to go. Elevate having to turn things around here, I think it's maybe too little too late. But if they were to turn things around, how are they going to be able to do this from this position as well, where they cannot lose a single round from here?
I don't know. I mean, they're going to have to show some really strong attacks on Garage and Console Office, and they're probably going to have to re-attack Lobby. If they manage to get some wins on Garage and Console, they will have to re-attack Lobby eventually, because I bet you FEROX will take us there. So, and they're going to have to be really adaptable. They're going to have to be able to think on the fly. And so far, they're between round innovations haven't been successful for the most part. It's just that one round that Elevate won. It was a 4v1 at the end of it, so it was a really good lopsided round towards Elevate. But aside from that, really hasn't looked like they've been in the game. So I don't know if it's possible. I don't know. I'm hard stretched to imagine a world where Elevate even gets 2 more rounds this map.
No, I definitely agree with you. And, you know, when you look at the scoreline 6-1, that scoreline tells the story. In some cases, you might have a night where a team just keeps winning those 50-50 matchups and where the rounds themselves are super close. But I've got to say 1-6 definitely is fair to FEROX. There's no lie in that. It's not like, okay, maybe 3 of those were like super lucky. Maybe it shouldn't be that. Maybe it should be like 4-3 in favor of Elevate. But no, they definitely deserve this match point that they're going to be going into. And to come back from here for Elevate would have to be the best comeback this season of Six Masters.
Yeah,
by
no
far.
doubt. Totally. And it's got to be all on FEROX's attacks. They were just so good. The fact that they were always able to collapse within the last few seconds and turn a man advantage into a round victory was hugely impactful. And if I take a look at the opening engagements so far in this series, only 2 of the opening engagements have been won by Elevate. For the other, the other 5 have been won by FEROX. Shades 2-0, Deptra's 2-0 at the moment for opening KD. And I mean, Red, the chief support player, he's 0-3. He's been picked first 3 times. And FEROX have done such a good job at converting that. In fact, I'm going to break it down round by round. The round where Elevate... the round where Elevate actually won was one of only 2 rounds where Elevate had that first engagement victory, and it was where they had they were defending the top floor. FEROX had attacked them multiple times on that, always on the same push, and Elevate came up with a new strat on the fly, or a couple new tricks to counter that. Perfect, but I mean that was way too little, way too late, and it was just 1 round, and they didn't even follow that through with a victory on lobby press. So I'm super skeptical right now for Elevate, despite me coming into this matchup expecting the 2-0 in their favor. I don't think they're going to win this map. Don't think there's a shot in it, especially not with the form at the moment that we've seen. And even next map, now that FEROX has had such good form, and this is a border where Elevate lost last week to Sinister, I'm going to be the skeptic.
I don't want to heap too much praise on FEROX, but this 6-1 scoreline is because they have been playing very, very well. Like, this is on their performance more so than Elevate. Elevate haven't looked exactly horrible by any stretch that... Like, they probably feel hard done by this. This is 1-6. They're sitting there like, how is this 1-6? And yet, FEROX right now should be absolutely pumped as we will head back in for what very well could be the last round of Consulate already.
Look, we had a brief chat to Sushi from FEROX before this started, just because we were doing some rehearsals for the player interviews, which we'll get at the end of this match. And you remember what Sushi said? He was like, "Oh, you know, I'm not sure how to feel about this game. You know, team's a bit nervous. We're not sure how we're on our best form at the moment." And then they come out and do this. Like, what? Yeah. Where has that come from?
It's that inner confidence that once you cross the white line, once you get into game, they've been working on this map clearly. You've picked it. You've done the homework. You played it, you know, recently. And that was close against the team like Wildcard too, right? So whatever they've changed has definitely changed for the better, to the point where I'm not sure if FEROX are going to get this map pick again next week. This might just be banned away from them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see teams just get rid of this against FEROX. Maybe if a team is really confident in their consulate, they're willing to give it a shot. But Elevate were looking at this thinking, look, we have a pretty strong record on consulate. We've won it twice so far in the recent weeks, so far in the Six Masters against LFO and Kanga, and they were both dominating, right? 7-4 against LFO, 7-2 against Kanga. That's Elevate's record this season. And they're potentially putting a 1-7 loss to FEROX. In addition to that, it's going to make us really question Elevate's form on this map.
Well, there's only one way to get back into this game here on Consulate for Elevate. It's just 1 round at a time. And I think if I was just in the team there, in the comms, to be saying, look, we don't want to lose 1-7. That looks horrible on our record. Let's at least go up to 2, then 3, then 4. Work our way back one round at a time. And who knows, if you get it to like 4-6, by that point, FEROX are going to start sweating. That's only 3 round wins. That's not exactly a whole lot for a team like Elevate as well. What we potentially expected to see from them tonight. They should feel confident that they can come back, that it is a possibility for them.
Todd put under the pump here, and a grenade does take him out. Really good work from Elevate so far, salvaging this attack, but is the Doc able to get close enough? No, the second nade comes and cleans him up. God Legion finds one as well onto Warden. This is a really good start for Elevate. They've come strong out of this rehost.
I'm already feeling the montage video being created of us sitting in the rehost, opening it up, and then following with the cool epic music as the comeback from Elevate begins. Go up to 2-6, 3-6, 4-6. It could happen. Long way to go, but this is the start that you need to have.
Totally on the cards, but let's not get too excited yet for our own sakes and for Elevate's. A 5 versus 3, but you can see how keen Sushi is to take a fight on one of these angles. No doubt Deptra is the same, but he's shut down from Vast. Now taking the exact same angle is Sushi. Is he going to have more luck than his teammate Wamar on the flank? But he does get 1 kill. It's a good job for Shade. He's been on fire tonight. But Sushi's the only man on site. Plant going down. He knows that player is holding his cross in private. And now with Worthy getting that kit down, we know how difficult this is to retake, especially with FEROX at a numbers disadvantage.
There's a lot to be asked here for Sushi and Shade, and well, we won't ask anything of them anymore. Round win goes to Elevate. Time to potentially come back begins now.
Possible. Little piece by piece. And you know, ironically, Elevate the two... Oh, it's not really irony. I know a lot of people get hate for using that word incorrectly, so I'm just going to say not ironically. Funnily enough, the 2 rounds that Elevate have won really hinged around that yellow stairs and private bathroom hold. The first defense they won was because they figured out a really nice way to have extra ways of killing players who tried to take that. So Digital played safely in private. They had the ACOG of, who was on the dock? It was Vast. And also God Legion below the C4 to kill players who finally took yellow stairs in private. That's what spearheaded Elevate previously. And then their attack onto yellow stairs was just to perfection in that round. Of course, just being good at one particular aspect of this map, that yellow stairs clear and hold, doesn't mean you're going to be good at garage, for example, or lobby. We've seen them already flop at that garage, that lobby attack, and garage is where FEROX is going to take us next. Still locked out of lobby for 1 more round. A couple unusual picks, mainly this castle. Not very commonly picked, but there's a lot of utility from Elevate that could clear that. Ash charges, Zephyr charges, a couple of grenades from Maverick. But some good information denial as well from FEROX. You can see that Mute and Mozzie. I was about to say Mosquito. I don't know why I tried to say the full name. Mute and Mozzie going to make it a bit difficult to drone for the attackers. So I think there's an extended hold. Yeah, castle as well on the visa door. So no, sorry, just a barricade rather. FEROX are really extending this hold, trying to hold as much map control as possible.
I do like to see that though, because we've been seeing Elevate elect for that verticality more than FEROX, and it feels like FEROX are going to respond to it here in this round, particularly since they're in the basement. They want to make sure that they don't lose control of this first floor, especially CO meeting around there. Okay, pushes back down.
Yeah, that's one. Castle barricade already destroyed. Yep, yellow stairs door.
One on site, which is Sushi. So FEROX bringing some of their maybe attacking offense to their defensive side here. This is where things could backfire. If you move too far away to what you usually how you play, you can fall into a trap here, and Elevate can get that momentum. Then 3-6 doesn't seem so bad. Warden's low, so FEROX already at a disadvantage, although only slightly.
This castle barricade means Todd doesn't have to be so worried about that push from long desk, from break room, where he knows his team's already sacrificed that ground. Worthy cutting off these rotations. Also going to take out that drone in main lobby. Ooh, I heard a Nomad charge detonate. Where was that air jab? Not sure. One of these roamers likely cut off. But no capitalization on that kill. Warden does finally get the opening. That's Vast going down. An earlier engagement, Vast was the one to get ahead in the damage game, but Warden wins that outright.
Minute 15 seconds remaining. Elevate lose a player. Now they're losing time. Warden playing on the second floor private bathroom. That's how much verticality that FEROX wanted in this round in particular. Now though, the rest of the team start to fall back towards garage and cafeteria. And Digital better hurry up with this blowtorch. I'd have to say he's only got 50 seconds in total.
And we still have these roamers upstairs. Two of them centered around yellow. Elevator decided instead of focusing on them, they're going to try and cat them on the rotations, and it works to perfection. Worthy with two. Was that an entry onto the site? Yes, there was still roamers active. It's really going to be looking to them to clean this up. Detra gets refragged. Todd also finds a flank, takes out the player on site. A Nomad charge detonates, and there as well, Todd gets taken out, but not out. All on Warden now, and only 2 players for him to find.
20 seconds remaining. Warden, though, below half health, is going to be able to try and get Todd back up. A yellow's red, though, is just able to push through, get them both. Elevate 2 rounds in a row now. Red not allowing that, and, well, easy as that, pretty much.
You can see
It begins.
interesting
It begins, Dev.
It begins. What are we at? 3-6 now? Oh, I don't want to get my hopes up. I don't want to get the Elevate fans' hopes up yet, but hey, it's on the cards. You know, we can push that overtime, and if they do, that's 5 rounds in a row to get them there. What's the kind of momentum that they would have in overtime if they do crack all the way along? Elevate, they are starting to pick up their feet a little bit. That round, a couple of mid-round adaptations seeming to work well for them. The first initial strategy was to just do a complete clear on this road, top down. They lost that initial engagement. They got some good ground on the top floor, pushing from the admin side, but eventually lost that initial engagement. They then decided, okay, let's just change the strategy completely. Let's not keep trying to push these guys hanging out around yellow in private. Let's just go for the push onto site. Got a few good openings, and then they also cut off rotations of these players pushing back to site. Once they had control of Garage, it really forced FEROX to flank, and a lot more desperately as well. Put Elevate in favored positions. This Nomad has also been super helpful for Red. Contrastly to what I'd expected, these air jabs aren't being deployed mostly to prevent runouts, but mostly just flanks within the interiors of the building. And while they aren't always converted directly into kills, it's a lot of really good information gathering from Elevate, and it's denying these flanks. Whether it's getting the kill or not, the FEROX player who's trying to flank is just getting scared and running away. So it's doing its job.
You just wonder, though, if FEROX blow this, and I mean really blow this, and Elevate somehow take Consulate, how much hope do you really then give them on board? Yeah. Because we were talking in that rehost, it was 6-1 at that point, and we thought, oh, well, FEROX, if they take this out 7-1 or even something like 7-2, you give them a big opportunity, big shot on Border. Now I'm not so sure if Elevate really bring this right back. But of course, Border's going to be the map pick of Elevate as well. FEROX surely don't find themselves in a position where they might end up going 0-2 in this series after being up 6-1. Still a lot of time, still a lot of rounds. And in their case, they probably don't even want to let this get to overtime. Good start, though, in this round, though, for Elevate. Deptra able to even up the scoreline 4-4.
That's 3 stun grenades that could be chewing up ADSs, which are gone, and 3 air jabs, of course. But just touching on FEROX for a moment, they have experience going through a really hard-fought series. Just last week, they faced a Commie, went 7-8 loss on the first map, a Clubhouse, and they came back to win the next map, a hard-fought 8-6. So I would never count FEROX out. Their stamina is something to be admired.
Shade finds Digital. Piece by piece, one by one, they fall. Elevate can't afford to lose too many more. Got Legion, Worthy, and Vast. All capable from here. Second floor, Deptra was in that fight with Worthy. Comes out on top. God Legion gets the trade back, though. So it's 2-3 now, rather than 3-4. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. This could be it for Elevate if they lose this round. It'll be 7-3 to FEROX on Consulate.
God Legion and Vast pushing separately. Vast can't drone up ahead. That multi-pest preventing. Attack is just going to push on out. God gets a bit of information, but he loses his drone. He knows where that Wamai is in public, but it's not really a lot of useful information. Diffuser is still on the roof, and it might be that Elevate just have to abandon all hope of trying to keep that diffuser, trying to get that plant down, and just go for kills from here on out. 2v3, though, it's not impossible. But time is ticking away. and still Elevator staff for information that don't know whether there are still players from FEROX on this top floor, but working together now. Good job clearing all these angles. Top floor control now, very nice.
But
A lot more
taking
work
too
to
long
do
on
in
this
20
top floor.
seconds.
There's only 20 seconds left. They're wasting so much time on this second floor. I understand they're going to push through, but when you're in this position where you have to now find these frags, 10 seconds left, FEROX don't even have to be involved here. Just sit tight. And, well, God Legion loses that already. That's going to be the round over. That's going to be the match over as well. FEROX, a little bit of a scare there towards the end, but they come in on top 7-3, and for the most part, a deserved win.
A stronger scoreline, 7-3, maybe not even giving credit to how good FEROX were on their attacks, but they do close it out. Nice little cap there from the collection, the Grand Larceny collection on the Wamai of Shade. Those kills are not fully accurate to the game because we did have that rehost, but 7-3 for FEROX on Elevate's map pick. And what we're continuing the trend from last week where all these teams won their opponent's map picks. What is with that? And what does that mean for FEROX going into... Sorry, FEROX won their own map pick. Never mind, I'm talking rubbish. FEROX wins their own map pick, 7-3, so dominantly, only losing one attacking round. What does that mean going into Border? Oh, crazy.
Well, the analogy I think that we had off air with Raven was that the picks just don't matter. Last week, everyone was just winning each other's opposite picks. Now, of course, maybe we go back to teams winning their own picks. At the end of the day, everyone that's in Six Masters here knows how to play these maps, and they're all at a very high level, and they can all take maps off each other. Elevate would have felt confident going into Consulate against FEROX. FEROX would have felt confident that they did their homework, and in the end, they did, and they won that convincingly thanks to their attacking side. Obviously, Elevate were probably giving them a little bit of a heart scare towards the end there, but 7-3, comfortable scoreline, worthy win, and going into Border, I still favor Elevate here on Border just because of what we saw them play against Sinister last week. While they didn't win, they looked good, and it was the only time we've seen Border for a long time. So they've got that recent experience that probably FEROX don't have.
Yeah, and FEROX haven't played this in 2 months, and the last time that it was relevant in one of their games when they banned it against Knights 2 weeks ago. So, 3 weeks ago now, but I don't know what, FEROX, it's very much uncharted territory, very little info to go off, and that actually can work in their favor as well. If they just come out and throw a few curveballs, have a couple pocket straps up there, if they have been practicing it, if they do have it within their map pool, it could give Elevate a bit of a scare because Elevate won't know what FEROX is going to bring to the table on Border. In contrast, FEROX have the VOD of Elevate losing to Sinister last week that they can go over. So in terms of information, pre-match information, FEROX actually have the advantage going into Border.
Yeah, they certainly do. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, FEROX are going to look to try and make it 2-0.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. after day, it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
So far, but so far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
Well, we are back from the break. FEROX 7-3 taking the first map on Consulate. We're heading into border very shortly. Dev, can you believe what really just transpired? I'm still coming to grips with it.
Particularly that 5-1 first half on the attack for FEROX. Just nuts. With so many good defensive operators left unbanned, Ymira, Maestro, Echo, you just don't expect to see that kind of stuff. And man, I've got to say, I'm hugely impressed. And that map victory as well is going to put FEROX tied 4th place with 4 other teams on 9 points. That's just crazy.
Yeah, they also now have the opportunity to take the series out 2-0, which we said in the pre-show would be massive for FEROX, considering the string of games coming up for them in the next few weeks, where they are probably going to be able to go in as the favorites. Taking this out against Elevate, though, would be disastrous for Elevate, because we said this really is a series they should be winning. The poll vote said that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate's already dropped 2 maps so far in the 6 Masters, 1 to Sinister last week and 1 in their first week to LFO. And that's just not a trend they can let continue if they intend to keep that top spot that they came in first seed, currently dropped 2nd place so far in the ladder thanks to Wildcard coming in first. And I mean, it looks like Elevate is just going to continue to drop unless they can secure some victories.
64% of you at home voted for Elevate to win this series. Well, that can no longer happen, Dev. That's impossible now. So for the 20%,
I was one of those people. So.
Yeah, you were one of those people.
Yeah.
In fact, out of the snowball predictions, I said Guz and Raven were the only ones who predicted a draw. Right now, they'll be sitting pretty with how things are going, because we both probably still feel like Border should be going the way of Elevate, unless FEROX surprised us in the way that their attacking side surprised us on Consulate.
Well, what I can tell you for sure is that Elevate, after losing to Sinister in a close 6-8 last week on Border, they're going to have been practicing all week, looking at Border saying, guys, why did we lose last week? What are we going to do to fix that? They will have nutted out some of those mistakes, and they'll also hopefully be adding new strategies to their Border lineup to ensure that they keep it fresh and make sure that people who watch that Sinister VOD can't just counter-strat them. So I do have some faith in Elevate here. They picked this map. They've got to go through with it.
Well, it's interesting because both teams picked maps that they lost last time around, but both of those games were very, very close. But right now, this series is all one-sided. Team FEROX are currently up 1-0 as we head into Border. Elevate looking to at least try and tie it up. It is their map pick. It is their time to shine.
Elevate versus FEROX. Finally, Elevate. We're on their turf. We thought Consulate would be good for them. We thought they might take it out in a 2-0. We were wrong. Let's see how the proceedings go. Operator bans. What is FEROX going to set the scene with? A Hibana ban. Going to force the Maverick and Thermite. Well, it's usually the Thermite that, if any Heartbreach is going to get banned on this map, usually the Thermite to try to prevent that triple wall opening on the office side. But Thatcher's going to go in combination there. Make it really difficult to clear out this defender utility. Thatcher's super powerful on border, especially because border is quite a small map. So the EMP radius being quite large, really great. Mira also banned out, very common, and border was one of the maps that really popularized Mira. So, make it a bit more difficult for the defenders to just sit in nice cheeky anchor spots. How's FEROX going to round this out? I'm going to leave the Echo in, going to leave the Maestro in, going to leave the Wamai in. Maestro is gone. So Echo's in, IQ is in, Pulse is in, Valkyrie's in. All these operators that we've talked about in that electronics and the hard to see and good information gathering, some of which were banned out last map, they're all in. So that's good.
Can I just ask you, Dev, have you got your socks off?
No, actually, I don't. So they're going to be blown off? Is that
well, what
are we going to...
One of the chants usually, one of the chants for FEROX is usually get your socks off for FEROX. Right now, if you're a FEROX fan, I think it's time to get your socks off because they've got a big opportunity to make it 2-0. I'm not joking.
Well, okay, Jake, I'll put it this way. I'm not going to do their work for them. If FEROX want my socks off, they're going to have to blow them off.
Yes, I like that. And right now, I mean, I've got to be honest though, they probably should have blown your socks off after that consular came.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they did pretty impressively. But hey, I'm just gonna kind of take. I'm gonna take a few. I'm gonna just backpedal from this analogy and just get away from this whole conversation because I don't know where it's gonna take us and start talking about the game because that's something I know I can talk about safely. Well, it's gonna go with Armory Lockers Archives, very common bomb site, first choice. Also gonna be here an extended hold into 9-2 with this deployable shield. Gonna help contest the east stairs position. Also a rotate into CCTV. A strategy that we've seen adopted on border is basically, it's quite a small map and the defender, the meta on defense has kind of become hold as much of the map as possible. You don't just sit on site anymore. You try and extend into office, you extend into CCTV, into 90 hallway. So yeah, it makes for some interesting viewing for sure.
FEROX on the defense first this time around. Of course, they opened up Consulate on attack. Now they're on defense here on border. Just maybe getting to attack first for FEROX really was what got them going. That sort of momentum, having the game in their control. Now, though, it's Elevate sort of coming towards them. Elevate at least was able to grab a bit of that momentum back at the end of Consulate, taking the last few rounds before, of course, FEROX were able to get that match point finally. But before that, Elevate did wrestle back a little bit. Now they're going to continue to bring that wrestling momentum here into border. 2 minutes. And it's Red already starting to push in.
Red's been a star player for Elevate past few weeks, but he had a really tough map 1. Always caught out off guard. God Legion just looking out for Usil. Sushi, unfortunately, just connects. So it's a 5 versus 3 advantage for Elevate. Depp just going to take this aggressive angle. Wants to try and equalize that man count. That just banned, so Elevate going to blow up underneath the wall to try and get rid of this Cade Electroclaw, but it can be quite tough, and there are some places that you can put the Electroclaws where it's really difficult to shoot. Does get taken out though. Deptra spotted out on the drone, and he's just going to play half wall for as long as he can.
I love the little teabag from Deptra, just a bit antsy there, waiting for the action to happen. Gets the drone, and you're ready for it. Elevate have already got a couple in, still a few to make their way.
Two ACOGs on the defense as well.
Yeah, Deptra's probably been the standout, at least for me, from FEROX so far tonight. Shade, though, does get fast. Clean. This is going to make it a bit difficult for Elevate now. Warden roaming around. He's able to spot one pushing through, but the reinforced walls makes it difficult to shoot through, obviously. Plant. Use does go down. Deptra literally on 1 health.
No time to stim either. Red gets another. Picking around, just covering 90. Not sure. Looks the wrong way, but players on both sides of him. Odd Legion.
Defender has left the area.
Now
of
Deptra as well. He's
Defender
going for a run out. Okay, you may as well just run for the hills, and that's what he's going to do. It's time to get out of Dodge. Have some fun outside, and yeah, well,
Explore the scenery.
Such is life, I suppose. I don't know what that was, but yeah, cool.
Well, it was an Elevate win for the first round here of Border. That's what it was, and pretty convincingly in the end as well. I think FEROX really just got swarmed towards the end. They were able to get like 1 frag back in the middle of all of that, but not enough to really make it competitive for that first round. And for Elevate, that's the start you really need, right? Because FEROX surprised them on Consulate with that first attacking round. It was clean, it was concise, and I think you almost kind of get something similar here from Elevate on Border. It's almost like, okay, this is still a series. Don't forget that it's not a best of 1; it's a best of 2. So, you know, they're here to play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting that opening pick, it was Red onto Todd. Nice way to open things up. And then, unfortunately, Sushi disconnecting. Pretty hard position to crawl back from for FEROX. 3 versus 5. Plenty of time for the attackers to work with. And, well, Elevate were really thorough. They opened up below the armory wall to destroy the Electra Claw. Thermite had opened the wall and then just played the slow game, got the plant down. Not so much that you can do for FEROX in that position, but we will need to see them adapt to some degree. I don't know whether Todd maybe will play a little bit more passively. Maybe, I mean, I personally would like to see FEROX extend a little bit stronger into CCTV and have presence there for longer time in the round. Make it so that Elevate's not capable of getting any free ground. Don't give anything to them for free. Make them work for it.
I love the ticket down the bottom. Looks like you guys got this one wrong. FEROX proving quite a few wrong on that first map. But potentially, from what we saw Elevate there in that first round, they're not too phased, right? And this is the thing. Sometimes you can lose a map and spirits could go down and maybe some heads drop, but Elevate come out strong, and they know that obviously being a best of 2, all they've got to do is just win Border, and they can at least split the night. Which, for their sake and their top 4 hopes, you know, for finals, splitting this series against FEROX isn't really that bad. We've spoken about how close Six Masters is here. You know, that 1-7. You know, I hate to say, but 1-7 is extremely close.
One thing we could say as a redeeming, if Elevate do win this game, this map here, they will be tied first place with Wildcard, 15 points. But that said, Wildcard won't have played this week. So if Wildcard can hold their ground this week against, Kanga, which is pretty likely, not going to lie. Sorry, Kanga. If Wildcard can beat Kanga, they'll probably get 6 points out of that one. So even after this week, and Elevate, I'd be very surprised if they can rest in that top spot that they're really seeking. So it is a tough position to be in for Elevate, just losing that first map. And that's got to weigh on your mind. And I think in Border here, you just have to try to disperse that from your brain. Stop thinking about the blunders. Consulate, yeah, it sucked, but that was in the past. Yeah, it sucks how that's going to affect you for the rest of the season, but don't think about that right now. You know, got to get your head into the game. It's Border. You pick this map. You're up 1 round. Just keep plowing through it, and I have confidence that they can get another 3 points here.
I mean, but even though it was their map pick, it's not like Elevate is invincible on this map, and it's one of their strongest maps. You know, like they are actually 1 and 2 in the last 3 times that they've played Border within the last few months. Like that's actually a losing record. Yeah. For the map that they picked. It just so happens that obviously for FEROX, their results in the past few months on Border haven't been ideal either. So if you're FEROX coming into this, you should probably know, okay, yeah, they've picked Border. They played it more recently than us, but they're not exactly magicians on it. The question is, how much homework has Elevate really gone and done to putting Border potentially into their map pool now? Have they gone like full steam ahead, like we're going to practice Border a lot and try and pick it as much as possible? Or is this just sort of like a flex pick that they maybe bring out once every few weeks?
I have a feeling that Elevate coming into this thinking FEROX probably aren't going to be practicing Border. If I'm FEROX, I'm probably not guessing Elevate's going to pick Border, especially because they lost it last week. So it's probably not one of the prime maps in your practicing rotation in preparation for this game. So FEROX, knowing that, they think, okay, we're really going to go hard in on border, make sure we fix up the things that we messed up last week. And also, there's a potential that it's a fairly weak map for FEROX. That said, really limited information. FEROX haven't played this in over 2 months. And that makes it a bit scary for Elevate going into it, not knowing how good FEROX are on this map. But I think FEROX, especially as they have had a lot of roster changes, their map pool is likely a bit less developed, and they don't have as much experience, specifically with Todd, on this roster, fleshing out some of these maps like Border. So FEROX are going to be feeling their way through this one. The Elevate should, in theory, be an advantage, but FEROX are demonstrating some confidence here that in round number 2, after losing their armory, which is a favored bomb site, they're going to flex onto one of the less favored bomb sites on this map, which is Customs.
Just taking it back there a couple of seconds, you were touching on the map pool, and it's sort of which do you prefer as a team? Having maybe 2, 3 really strong maps, or being able to almost play everything?
10 seconds.
And whichever one you decide is going to have its strengths and weaknesses. And for FEROX, it's a question of, have they potentially been playing a little bit of everything, or are they just, as a new roster, trying to just get everyone gelled together, maybe only focused on a few maps? This is where, now going on to something like Border, we'll see how that plays out and maybe get our answer.
Toad had a really nice electrical there on the detention wall. I don't think there's a way to shoot that. Worthy gets the first pick. Man, second time Elevate's found the opening pick in a few seconds. Warden decided to go for a spawn peek that round. I think it was, Sushi or Deptro who went for it the previous round? Oh, man, once again, fighting from a man disadvantage. It's going to be tough for FEROX.
And that's where maybe now 2 rounds in a row that this has happened, FEROX going into this next round, don't try that again. But then Elevate's probably thinking, oh, now they're not going to do it anymore. So actually, you should do it, right? That's the mindset FEROX probably need to have.
Oh no, too many double negatives, too many double bluffs. I don't know how to dance around that one. We do have a lot of pressure from these defenders inside of CCTV and break. So important to hold on to it as long as you can, because if the attackers get control of this, it's directly above the bomb site. All the floor is destructible. Really quite simple to hold on and flush out these players on the bomb site, get that map control. So Elevate are going to be pincering partly from that office side, but also from Armory here, where we see Red starting to push on in. Door is open. He might be able to peek onto Todd. Here's the 416 of Deptra leaning out, but doesn't want to commit to this peek.
Spotted him. Probably just doesn't want to push through the door.
Oh!
Yeah, oh, look at that horrible timing. Timing is everything. Although I'm not sure Todd pushing through like that is the right play. Maybe enforced thanks to the nade that Red put down. I'm just going to open up the floor and the wall next to him. 2 down for FEROX. Big opportunity going begging for Todd. Could have really caught Red off guard. Doesn't punish him.
That said, Deptra did manage to get out of dodge. Oh, a frag grenade is going to remove the electric claw. No Thatcher, no worries, as we say in Red's world. And that's going to allow Digital to open up that detention wall. Deptra's so keen for this run out, but it's a very common one, and surely Worthy would have put down an air jab to cover this off.
Defender has left the
No
area
air
of
jab,
operation.
but he was just checking for the air jab. That's all he was doing. He doesn't want to dedicate to that run out right now. Goes to the other run out and still no air jab. This is an ambitious one. Finds one, tries to get the second, but he gets out and stays alive. I don't know how this man managed it, but he did.
But not everything is as great as it seems. Sushi, Deptra, both extremely low. To the point where one tap will just about do it. Only 15 seconds remaining though for Elevate to continue to potentially win this round. And Gold Legion and Red take care of Sushi and Deptra. The third one comes shortly afterwards from Red. In the end, Red picking up like 3 kills in that round. He could have easily died at the very beginning.
Yeah, Red's been going nuts, mate. And I got to say, he was the player I was looking at, and a player I've been looking at this whole season to really show up for Elevate. On last map, I didn't get his overall KD for the whole map, but in terms of just open engagements, he was down 0 and 3. He didn't get a single victory on those opening engagements, and he was picked off first in his team 3 times. That's just not good, especially for a support player, which Red typically plays. But I mean, he's just flexed onto entry here on this map, and it seems to be going pretty well for him. A 3K on that round, and doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon.
And this is now going into the third round where we have FEROX decided to stop some of these peaks. It hasn't worked out for them for 2 rounds. You just think if they had that one extra player,
Attackers need to locate
how
and defuse
different
the
these
bomb.
rounds potentially could have gone. You know, the depth shot run out we saw the last round. That brings it back to 3-3. If they don't lose someone at the very beginning, then a 4-3 is so much more advantageous for FEROX. So we'll see whether or not they want to be cheeky and start peeking again, or if they'll stay indoors here in the 3rd round.
As a good start, they haven't brought the Doc. So, I mean, I'm a bit of a skeptic. Doc is one of those operators, at least in ranked, he's often picked just because he's got the ACOG and people want to go for long-range engagements, people want to spawn peek, you know. And to some degree, that's why he is picked in comp, for that ACOG, being able to contest those tight angles. But FEROX are deciding to go with a fairly utility-heavy lineup here. Really like a lot of information denial, with the Mute and Mozzie, a lot of information gathering, Mozzie and Valkyrie, to a lesser extent the Legion as well. A lot of Legion mines downstairs here to prevent this horizontal take into this Vents and Workshop bomb site. And that, I guess, does segue into another thing I'm quite happy with that FEROX has been doing, which is changing things up. You know, if they don't win a round, just move on to the next bomb site. And this is the 3rd attempt. 3 different bomb sites.
And sometimes changing things up does work. Other times, though, you just don't have enough practice on it that, well, it's not going to work. An elevator in the groove right now. They haven't been changing things up because what's been working for them has well been working for them. So this can be the problem when you're sort of playing from behind a little bit, when you're not sure how do we stop these engagements from happening. The good news is, though, they haven't peaked. Therefore, they've got all 5 still up. That's an advantage here for FEROX, I guess, in some way, because they've basically been playing 4v5 digital. Finds shade, as I was saying that there was 4v5, well, 5v5, it's now 4v5. I've completely cursed them here.
Well, that's opening exchange going Elevate's way every single time. Really good ground taken here for Elevate. Not only have they got control of this top floor, minus a few players in Armory that they're just kind of leaving there and watching their rotates, especially with the Nomad. That's nice and easy to do. Red's going to find one of those players upstairs. Vast here, watching him, keen to go into bathroom. Luckily, there is that rotate hole. A drone comes in as well, going to call out the position to his hard right, and there's the peak. It is refract, though, so a nice attempt there from Sushi, but Digital's not going to let it pass. Just Todd in depth now against 4 players from Elevate.
Really difficult position now for Deptra and Todd. The aim of the game from there on out in this final minute is to at least have a shot, see what you can achieve. And if you can find 1 frag, 2v3 just seems a whole lot more doable than the 2v4 scenario, but there's so much time left on this clock. Elevate with the numbers advantage. Everything is against FEROX from here on out in this round. And, well, thrown out. Todd's also then drowned out. And from here, Deptra has very little chance.
Oh, he doesn't spot out IQ as well. There you go. Textbook from Elevate. Great stuff. Take control of the top floor. They decided not to contest the players in Armory. Just leave them be and catch them on the rotates. It works so well, especially when you can hit shots like that. And, well, the Elevate train's not stopping anytime soon. They felt that loss on Concert. They really did. And I'm sure they're kicking themselves and thinking, look, guys, if there's any way to redeem ourselves for Consulate, I mean, that game's over. Let's do it on here, on Border. Let's show them how it's done.
Very similar to FEROX's attack on Consulate in terms of this very one-sided affair. It is 3-0 in by all margins. This hasn't been close so far on Border at all. FEROX haven't really got their footing at all. They haven't looked like even making it a contest at the moment. I mean, there's so much that they can still improve on. That's the good news, right? There's only one way but up in this scenario if you're FEROX. The aim here is to probably find, if you can find 2 wins maybe on their defense and then take it over to attacking side, where if they bring their console attacking prowess over to Border, then you kind of back them in there.
Yeah, and the thing that FEROX was so good at on their attacks on Consulate was, particularly in the late rounds, so good at covering angles, taking ground, and just, I mean, finding picks. It sounds a bit oversimplified, but FEROX were just so good at punishing Elevate players. And particularly here on Border, a map which some say is a bit more frag heavy due to it being a bit of a smaller map. There's not a lot of utility battles necessarily, just a few choke points. Really does tend to favor teams that can really just, you know, heat it up, frag out. FEROX already demonstrated that they can do that on their attack. But they need to at least rake in a few defenses here. We saw what happened to Elevate when they couldn't muster more than one defense on Consulate, and it spells death. Even if you have a good attacking half, it's just, oh man, you got to be better than that on the defense.
Yeah, Elevate only picked up the one defensive round win on Consulate, and that really came back to bite them. Yeah, a lot harder to come back. FEROX, very, very crucial rounds coming up now. Win this 3-1, build that momentum back into your favor. And it's probably by this point now where you should probably, as a team, be starting to catch on as to how Elevate are playing. And now's the time to adapt. Depth shot. Being a bit cheeky there, but not going to find anyone from Elevate.
Shade, though, is the first one to find that pick. Takes out the player downstairs, trying to Ash charge and destroy the Electric Claw. So Shade, sorry, not the Electric Claw, the Bandit Batteries. So Shade was attempting to be countered by God Legion, but I guess Shade just decides, I'm just going to shoot you straight back through those holes. It works out. And not to mention, is that a pick, but it's also that wall denial attempt from Elevate thwarted, or at least delayed for now. And still, Digital not able to get rid of this wall.
Definitely delaying Elevate, making it a lot more difficult for them. Now Digital will make their way in. Shade's going to have to reposition here. Reposition he does.
Really exposed now. We see FEROX have less and less places on the bomb site to sit, especially with the other thermite charge, which was placed on the break room wall, looking down through metal in that long hallway. Really punishes a lot of positions, and that may well be how Red just found that pick. Worthy now pushing on in. 4 versus 3. Worthy does miss a few crucial shots, but he knows about this player in half wall. Sees the tip of his head. Can he get that little tip?
Oh.
He does. Now a 4 versus 3. Smokes come out, but 35 seconds to delay it might not be enough.
So unfortunate for Shade. He's able to survive the first push through, but as you said, tip of the head showing. Sushi, 20 seconds left, expecting the push to come in now. Digital opens it up, able to get Sushi, wasn't expecting it from that angle, and well, in the blink of an eye, 3 go down, and 4 rounds go into the favor of Elevate.
4 for 4, they're Worthy at the end, trying to just covering that Valkyrie down below with that C4. In fact, Todd spent the entire round downstairs trying to find a way to have an impact, and I guess it would have made sense to use that C4 to kill the Planter, but you know, when you're at such a numbers deficit, Elevate can dedicate a player to hunting you down. And yeah, FEROX bit lost here. Got 2 more chances to make good on your defenses, but before you know it, we'll be switching over to our attack, and FEROX are really going to have some good attacks to have a chance in this game. Once again, going Armory Lockers Archives, decided that Bandit trick, while we did get a pick from Shade, maybe not worth sticking to the Bandit trick. Just go with the Kaid.
Attackers need to locate and
Not sure how successful it'll be. Was tried
Well,
in the first defense, but...
If you've just joined us though, and you're looking at this 4-0 Elevate, you're wondering, how did FEROX win this first map?
yeah.
And FEROX won that first map. At one point there was 6-1 in their favor.
nice.
Ended up being a 7-3 win. And since then though, Elevate have taken all the control over here to Border. So FEROX dominated Consulate, but now Elevate dominating on Border. And this 1-1 draw for the series is looking even more and more likely as we continue to play through Border.
Coming into this series tonight, we had pretty limited information on FEROX's Border. We had, one game in the last 2 months, and they've been banning it as well. So pretty safe to assume this isn't a great map for FEROX, but there was that question of maybe they got something up their sleeves. I think this performance so far, it shows maybe they haven't. Maybe this hasn't been on their priority practice rotation. They haven't been prioritizing this map, and then we'll get a chance to ask in the interviews afterwards whether this was one they're expecting, but certainly Elevate picking this map seems to be a good decision from the team.
You've always got to be ready for anything, though. And I think to the credit of Elevate, in the same way that we gave the credit for FEROX and the way that they played Consulate, this is just Elevate playing so much better here on board to how they played on Consulate. They look in control. They look like they understand everything that they're doing, all their actions. And FEROX just don't really have the answers.
It's going to come through and clear out that Electric Claw. Oh,
Ooh.
that's a C4. Nice pick from Warden. You can see, surely there's some way for Elevate to clear out this Electric Claw because they were banking on those nades from Red. God Legion might try and go downstairs and shoot it through the floor, but at the moment he's just being live droned up long. In fact, Elevate might actually be deciding to go for a full rotate with the hard breach rotating to yellow stairs here. Sorry, east stairs. Shade in a bit of an engagement with God Legion. Another C4 does miss. Digital's going to open up this triple wall.
Well, now they're going to change their entire approach thanks to that C4. Not only are they changing their entire approach to this round, but Vast is almost dead. You breathe on him and he fall over. Digital's wounded as well. And now, for the first time here on border tonight, it does feel like FEROX are in control. Can they capitalize, though, is the other question.
There's still roamers alive as well for FEROX. Deptro was spotted out at the bottom east stairs. Might be some holes downstairs that he could use as well to impact this attack. But at the moment, he's pretty much an impactless player down here. It's up to Elevate, try and hold on. In fact, Shade's downstairs as well, and he's used his C4. But he can open up these angles through the floor to try to deny this plant. 35 seconds left. Elevate, if they want to force a plant, then it's going to be difficult. They're going to open up that wall of archives, forcing these FEROX players further and further back into the objective and downstairs. But 25 seconds to have to make a move.
God Legion onto archives. Oh, realizing what's in the other room, though, is 3-4 members of FEROX. Deptro got Vast. This makes it so difficult, but Digital is getting that plant down. God Legion covering, was able to get one, but couldn't get Todd as well. The plant goes down into 2v3. This is decent for Elevate, but they lose Digital as he's climbing out. Worthy in a 1v3 has to protect this diffuser. Probably just waits, goes in at the last second. Does get the Kaid in Shade. 2 versus 2. Both on that diffuser as well. Worthy not panicking here.
Just playing very slowly. Todd sticking
Oh,
it.
no.
Surely there's not going to be enough time for Worthy. He can't even find the first kill. Playing a bit too scared, I might say, and that's FEROX's first round on the map.
I mean, without acting like I understand what he's thinking in that situation, but it just seemed like as he starts to walk into the site, he maybe was expecting to have vision of the diffuser. Didn't quite have vision, and at that point, there was even a shake of the head even there as it went for the push, but I didn't mind the slow push.
Yeah, I agree. I think the rotate was a great decision as well from Elevate, completely changing after they failed to get the Electric Claw off of the armory wall. They went for an office push instead, opened up triple wall with the thermite, opened up the archives wall with the thermite. But just touching on what you were saying about how Worthy just seemed to be a bit confused maybe about where the diffuser was. I have a feeling he thought it was actually at the thermite hole on one of the main archives walls. But in fact, the plant had gone down on the other side of the bookshelf, which you can't shoot through. Perhaps that's what happens, and so Worthy felt like he could just play around Fountain and Office more comfortably, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, what I do know, though, is this is at least something that gives FEROX the ability to now get at least one more before we switch halves. One's probably not enough. I mean, 5-1 at the half's not ideal, but 4-2, considering how shaky they looked at the start, definitely builds confidence that they still can then bring it around on their attacking side.
You know, it's funny, on Consulate we actually saw the same pattern. The attackers won the first 4 rounds, defenders finally scraped one away, but yeah, then the attackers just won the last one in the half. And I mean, we saw that even though Elevate won a few attacks when they switched over, it just wasn't enough, and they were at such a deficit after the first half. And we could see the story repeat itself here with FEROX. They really need to win this next round for a strong chance, and they're going to go back to customs where they've already lost so far. Mind you, we talked about this previously. FEROX have had quite a few instances where they lose a player right at the start of the round to a spawn peak, or attempted spawn peak, I should say, and then not going for that this round. So keeping that numbers advantage for as long as possible will be paramount.
Maybe just time to play a bit more defensively this round for FEROX. They've tried their tricks. Some rounds didn't quite work. Some rounds were worse than others, but Capture on the first floor, Shade close to the bomb site. Everyone else, though, roaming around. Capture, that turns things, though, in their favor. They get the opening pick for what feels like the first time, actually, here on Border. Red able to trade back, though, gets the frag onto Warden. So, very short-lived advantage for FEROX.
I think Vast tried to drone himself into tellers, or I saw a drone earlier, spotting out that Mozzie around tellers, but bit of a choke point that Vast had to file through, and Depture, oh, he had this bullet hole. That's nasty.
Wow,
Surely that's not how he
cheeky.
found this kill.
I think
Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, that's gross. Poor Vast. Oh, well, that's like you were saying, only one pick, and it was, I guess, not traded, but you know, there was a response. Warden getting taken out by Red. Who's, well, we've been saying he's had a really impactful game. In fact, the only time he's been picked first was the previous round, and that's when FEROX won it. So every round Red has been impactful, has been a victory for Elevate. Oh, and there you go. He's taken out once again, just as we say it. Could this mean the difference for FEROX?
You've hyped him up. You've talked about how great Red's been all around here on Border, and he just gets C4'd now for like the second round in a row.
Oh, I jinxed him. I'm sorry.
Oh. Before it was the entry through the doorway. Now this time from below. But oh, that's so unfortunate for Red. God Legion though, just like the first kill, there's the trade back at least onto Todd. So these advantages that FEROX continue to get are so short-lived. Now it's 3-3 again. Worthy's got to be careful of Sushi. Does tag him up to about half health. Worthy's able to get away though, but good information gained for Sushi and FEROX. 15 seconds left. I only just looked at the timer myself. I won't lie, this round has gone very quickly. Shade is able to get digital, and the diffuser is down on the floor. Worthy gets Shade. Depture though completes the trade back onto God Legion. Worthy can only go for the plant. It's his only play, and then probably just run out through the door if he can stick it, and does.
And Nomad Charge will help him though. Both players coming from his left side. Not sure if he has a lot of info, but doesn't matter. Nice, slow and steady for Sushi. And yeah, I guess Depth is just going to sprint into that air jab, but we do in fact see FEROX get another round on their defense. And I've got to say, looking into the second half at a 4-2 split, that's definitely not a bad position to be in.
I mean, I've got to say that I feel like if this had gone on a little longer, maybe FEROX could have turned their defense side really around and picked up a few more. Those last two rounds, a lot more clean. They weren't throwing away a player's life, essentially, as they did for really the first three rounds in the first, 30 seconds or so. So they turned things around, a bit more defensive, I felt, or at least a bit more passive aggressiveness from FEROX, and it was working for them. So I do feel like a couple more rounds they could have continue to turn things around on defense. Now they go into offense though, as we switch for the half, and for Elevate, their defensive side, which the last time they were on defense in this series on Consulate obviously wasn't very good.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, I'm going to be looking at FEROX here mainly. I know we've talked a lot about Elevate and how they're the ones that have the pressure on, but FEROX, they have the momentum. They're back up 2 rounds in a row here. And now they're on their attack. We saw how good the attack was. They won 5 out of 6 of them on Consulate, as you mentioned. In fact, today has just been so attacker-sided so far. What, 7 out of the 10 rounds on the first game were attack, and now 4 out of the 6 have been attack here as well. So definitely FEROX have this opportunity. And you know what? Ying hasn't been banned. I can't remember whether you had the stats on how many bans we've had from Ying so far in 6 Masters, but finally we get to see her, and man, there's some potential here with Shade if he can make good on it. The Elevate to really struggle on this half.
22 times Ying has been banned 6 Masters so far.
22 out of how many? Do you know if that's a what percentage that is or anything? Is that most rounds?
I just have 22. I'm just
Sorry, bro.
But what I will say is that the next best is Mira at 17, so there's a bit of a gap.
Nice.
And then after that, Thatcher at 13, and Sushi opens up onto red. So Elevate, it's not start you on your defensive side, and almost a trend starting to build here on Border, where we're just seeing a player from the defense side, whether it's FEROX or Elevate, just getting picked off super early. Whether or not this was more so FEROX pushing in a bit quicker, I think it might have been, than so far red. By the way, can I just say red, like the last 3 rounds, has not been able to do anything. I feel sorry for him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, every single time in this series that red has been the first pick, FEROX has won the round. And that goes for Consulate as well, so doesn't bode well for Elevate. Shade preparing this Candela, ready to just throw it in, fully cooked, so it'll blow as soon as it hits the ground. Drone comes in, that Candela goes off. Not exposed to the angles in office, or at least they weren't being held. And now that's FEROX control of security. Couple pre-fires through Fountain. Some good map control, but you need a lot more than that. I like this decision from Elevate not to fully reinforce this key wall. Does slightly funnel FEROX, makes it much less likely that they'll be able to thermite this key wall. Or Maverick it, I guess, in their case.
Could also even be a case of mind games here, Todd. You know, thinking, well, trying to force the funnel here, they must be watching it. There's actually not that many eyes directly on that position. Shade gets worthy, and all of a sudden, that percentage of games where red is the first one eliminated, I think, is going to be counted up to another one. There's Team FEROX running away with this first attacking round. And this is the question now, I guess, that has to be answered by FEROX and Elevate. Is this a matter of the attackers are just having at an advantage here on Border regardless of the teams? Or was this just simply, okay, Elevate were good on attack, but FEROX are going to be just as good now as well?
I don't know, man. I know people are always harping on about how at the moment Rainbow Six is a bit defender-sided, so typically you would see defenders win more rounds. And
Not tonight.
especially on maps like, yeah, I mean, no, definitely not tonight. I mean, people talk about, people say Cafe is a defender-sided map, Clubhouse is a defender-sided map, but then we have these games here, and I mean, Border would be one of those maps, being small, bit more sway towards the attacker side, but still not this much, and definitely not the case on Consulate. This has been crazy, and I guess you could say with that Ying in, it could have a bit of an impact, but I don't think it's the fact that the Ying is in that is enabling the attackers to be advantaged here, because Elevate didn't bring it once, and they still won 4 rounds.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. They didn't elect to use it, so it's even if Shade doesn't connect with Candelas, it's just the fact that there's the possibility that he can connect with those Candelas. So you saw him throw it in, even though there's no one in there. It gives Shade and FEROX the confidence to then follow up onto that Candela, take in the position of that room.
Yeah, that said, the security room wasn't, and that was a position that Elevate on their attacks. They always got security for free. They never had to worry about it. And Elevate on their defenses compared to FEROX, they are holding a little bit more strongly. But I think Red getting picked so early, he seems to be the player that's trying to hold in CCTV here in security. Maybe not. Maybe, okay, he's returning back to site. Never mind me. But I don't know, maybe that numbers advantage made Elevate think, okay, we can't spread our resources so thin. You see there's a lot of utility invested in here, especially to counter those Candelas. So 2 ADSs. God Lesion's going to try and hold on as long as possible. This bulletproof cam, I really like this. Looking out onto that west balcony, it's going to enable players like Digital to go for aggressive peaks and support any player inside of security.
If I'm Elevate right now, though, I'm thinking we shouldn't be peeking out at all. We've got to maybe tone things back a little bit as to how Border has been playing from both sides right now, from the defensive side, and thinking, okay, we've got to make sure we don't lose anyone early. Get to about that minute mark. If we can have all 5 up, we've seen at least how the games have been playing out. We're likely to come away with the win. God Legion taking a bit of damage, along with depth shot. Those drones come for you, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is good, though. God Legion's shot in a few drones before he got out, and Well, Warden does find that first pick. In fact, it's onto the site player of Digital, who is playing a half wall, trying to contest this west balcony. God Legion is going to try and contest that. You can see the panic in Warden's aim. He tries to get safe. The Valk cam goes out, but that's taken out. Warden now on a more passive angle. And it shows how dangerous this open wall can be, especially when you've got a player like God Legion on the other side of it.
A minute 20. FEROX looking to tie the score up 4-4. God Legion holds the angle of the wall that Todd just breaking down. This is something we didn't see in the last round, but this position now actually being held a bit more effectively with God Legion, expecting that we're going to see Warden and Todd funnel through thanks to that reinforced wall. Just to the left, a drone hasn't caught God Legion.
This could be huge, but no, it must have caught him because they're pre-flashing that position anyway. Checking that there's no ADSs. Potentially a nade could come out. God Legion knows he needs to make a play here. He's got Worthy to back him up. Ash Charge goes out. Not sure what that did. The Candela goes out, but it gets shot. That's a huge play. The Ying goes in anyway. And just trying to hold for a bit longer. The Shade does find that one pick. God Legion eventually traded out as well. Shade's going huge, but it's all on Vast in a 1 versus 4.
Unfortunately for God Legion, too many positions opened up.
Whoa!
Vast gets one. Vast gets a second. He's now got 3 in total for the round. In a 1 versus 2 with Sushi at half health as well. That plant still has to go down for FEROX as well. There's a massive opportunity from below. Vast can just shoot through the floor. Todd's going to be able to stick this diffuser down. At least buy some time.
Info.
No, he's got no info. He's got no idea. Just randomly sprays. Retake is his play now for Vast.
Only 9 rounds left as well. He's going to get caught off guard. The drone calling his position. I got a bit scared there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that plant goes down, it makes it so much harder, even though he gets a bit more time. As you said, no information. When you're playing down below that floor, you would have hoped if there's even just a slight bit of noise made, a bit of information, you stop that plant going down with, there was like, what, 2 seconds remaining, and then that's it, you win the round. 4-4 now, FEROX bringing it back now on their own attacking side. The Ying hasn't really been the factor. You spoke about it before. The Candela actually getting shot, and yet still, FEROX pushed in. It's almost like a confidence booster just having the Ying rather than how strong she actually is.
What I will say as well, though, for that particular round, more so than the previous, I think the Ying did have a bit of an impact. Shade there managed to find 2 entries, I believe it was. Pushing into Armory, he went straight into the little desk room rather than trying to expose himself to God Legion, the player at half wall, who he initially tried to flash. As you mentioned, the Valkyrie player, I think it was Vast, shot out that Candela, but it did still distract the Elevate players that were worried about these Candelas, and that enabled Shade the opportunity to push in through the desk room and start to frag out, take that control, and give his team the numbers advantage.
It is surprising that Elevate didn't elect to use the Ying. Shade's played it well in that last round and finished for most of the rounds. That's interesting. GQ wall from Digital.
Elevate is going to rotate their bomb site though. Not going to opt to keep going with the top floor. Tried Armory twice, didn't work out. They're sick of the Ying. They're going to go downstairs, Vents Workshop. A bomb site you can play a lot more off-site, and we do see that. Top floor presence here, Vast and Red not playing together just yet. We also have Digital, as you mentioned, extending into customs with Electroclaws protecting his reinforcements on the hatch above him and on detention. Spectre pushing in. This castle barricade, multiple castle barricades also prevent this push from tellers. Or at least slow it down. Deptra can remove them if he wishes. And Vast does find that opening kill. It was the Ash of Deptra trying to push in. He got taken out nice and early.
Warden's got to be careful if he opens up too much. Might see Digital take him out. That comes down to also FEROX's ability to sort of close games out. They haven't actually had a 2-0 series win so far, Six Masters yet. Only draws at best. This is their opportunity. Only a couple more rounds. Digital is injured. Frank's going to go in to finish him off from Todd. 4-4. Got to get the work done now.
I think that player on metal stairs was spotted out. With the Ying available, it does afford FEROX the opportunity to go for this bit more haphazard rush kind of execute onto B, but so many ways that this plan can be denied. They'll be really cautious to the hold to the floor from above. Need to ensure that there are no players from elevate up above. Oh, but Worthy opening up that rotate exposes his position. Shades is going to hold down left click, does finish him off there. Benefits of the LMG. An attempted a refrag from elevate, but nothing just yet.
Persistence paying off there for Shade. And the first few bullets don't hit. Just keep holding them one. You'll get them eventually. Team FEROX certainly in the driver's seat now. For the first time on border. It's a 4-3 advantage. Scores tied 4-4. But technically, I guess you could say they're leading border right now as it stands. They've got to win this round to make it 5-4 and really put that pressure onto Elevate. 20 seconds remaining though, not a lot of time, but they didn't need much time in the last round. Fast peeks to the left side, he's able to get Shade, can find a second one here. Candela's ineffective, it's a triple kill now in total for the round for Vast. Can't find the last one onto Sushi. Sushi is going to go down though in the end. Elevate do clinch the round. 5-4 to their advantage.
Really strong 3v4 with 20 seconds left from Elevate. Really hinging on Vast, his position around Tellers. Being able to take out not only the Ying, as you mentioned, making her Candelas fairly ineffective, but also the Sledge who attempted a refrag there. A big round from Vast, and I also want to credit the setup from Elevate using that castle with one castle barricade on the Teller's door into the bathroom hallway and another castle barricade on the double door into waiting room. It enabled Vast to play in that position without being so exposed to anyone coming from Tellers or waiting. Really afforded him a bit more security, allowed him to play that position late round. And that coupled with a nice early pick onto Deptra,
Attackers need to locate.
I think that was really part of the key for Elevate winning that round. And now they will go for the third time back up to Armory. I mean, they have just edged out a 5-4 advantage, but it's definitely not the job done yet because they haven't won this bomb site yet.
Well, that was only their first time winning on the defensive side so far. 2-1 at the moment from FEROX's attacking point of view. So Elevate, of course, went 4-2 from their attacking side. So FEROX can afford to drop one more. I don't know if they want to be put into a 6-4 situation, though. That last round's super important in terms of being able to sort of get the match point off the match point, in essence.
I know what you mean. The match point of match point. I used to, when we had draws, I would call it break point or breakaway point because it's when you like guarantee that you'll at least get a draw. But because we have overtime, it's a bit different because even if you get to 6, you can still lose the map.
Yep.
Look at how Elevate has just absolutely cheesed this wall, mincing it up, the Armory wall, making it really hard to Maverick. It's going to make it much more difficult for a Maverick torch to try and do a line at the top and the bottom. Nice little strategy from Elevate. And you can see they've completely changed their mentality here. Instead of opening up that wall to cover and contest the west balcony, they've just gone for the full reinforcement, put a Cade Electroclaw on there and mince up the wall a little bit so it's a bit difficult for the Maverick. Really good use of reinforcements here from Elevate. Also on the triple wall on Office. Not contesting inside of CCTV either. Really going to force FEROX to either funnel through choke points or be pretty good on their utility game at opening avenues onto the bomb site.
And that's where FEROX have been decent so far on their attack, is being able to open up different avenues rather than being forced into the choke points that Elevate sort of create for themselves and create for FEROX to push through. But it does take up a lot of time to create those pathways for FEROX. That's why we've been seeing these very slow pushes in. Minute and a half remaining as they continue to make their way towards the bomb site.
Nice work from Detra there, looking down the angle from break into metal. A concussion to check there's no ADS, and then destroying the shield. Oh, and you can see this is the minced cheese. Oh, okay, good on Warden. He manages to get the wall open despite the little annoying holes in the wall. I don't know what you want to call. Good drone
Holy
setup as well,
cheese.
covering that 90. The holy cheese. Also, the flank downstairs spotted out. Deptra, I think he misses his own concussion, accidentally hits himself. Warden's taking a lot of damage now. Vast does find that opening pick very late in the round, but it's something. Shade goes down, and that's the Ying. The thing that we talked about can help them get through these choke points. Vast for another. Oh, and it's all going for Elevate right now. Just a 2 versus 5 for FEROX with 30 seconds left.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
A 1v5 for depth shot makes it a 1v4 by taking out Red, but a lot of work still to be done. And FEROX just capitulating a little bit here in the last round or so.
15 seconds left.
Depth does get God Legion. Time is of the essence though. Pushes onto the site.
Seconds to go.
It's a bit confused as to where
Elevate
everyone
it.
is, and they're just gonna, yeah.
Well,
There you go.
Oh, poor Deptra there. He was getting shot at, he was getting C4'd, and he was getting yokai drones. Not much he can do there. Yeah, that was, I mean, you could almost call that a flawless round, right? Because it was a 5 versus 1, and then they kind of just fed Deptra. So, that's, I mean, it demonstrates that Elevate really can adapt when they need to, because that's exactly what they did. They'd already tried Armory twice. They tried an extended hold into CCTV. They tried to contest the west balcony. Didn't work out so well. This time around, they went for a turtle strat. Lots of reinforcements and just sit pretty, hold tight. It worked out. FEROX stalled at the choke points, and that's when Elevate ran away with a few kills.
Well, will they run away now with the map and tie the series 1-1? Or can FEROX find a way
Defenders, protect your bombs
send this
from
one to
being defused by
overtime
attackers.
here on border? They're going with the Ying once again, of course, with Shade. I don't sense there's a real reason to change up the lineup. I mean, they won the first 2 rounds on attack. They know what they need to do here. Elevate, I think, in a way, the same way that FEROX, those last 2 rounds on their defense, just sort of figuring things out as they go along.
We've talked about pressure tonight. Talked about how there's pressure on Elevate, especially after that first map.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
With
5
match
seconds
point
to insertion.
on the table and this map victory within reach,
Attackers
I feel like
objective
that pressure is just
bomb.
mounting. Elevate have shown that they know how to just, they have the mental fortitude to just hang on, not let their mentality get the better of them. And so I'm looking at FEROX here.
Defender has left the
Steal
area
away a
of
few more attacks. We know how good they are on these attacks. We know that they can make this work. They've already run this bomb site once. Can they win it again?
And there's that incentive as well there, right in front of them for FEROX to pick up their first series win. It was tied 4-4. Okay, they lose 2 rounds, but they've at least shown on border they can win 2 rounds on attack. They've already done it. Got to do it again though. They've got to find another 2 wins in their back pocket to send it to overtime. I think definitely it's never fun losing a player early, but that's been the difference maker here on border for both teams. There hasn't really been a whole lot of lose someone early on border. It's proving to be difficult to then counter that numbers disadvantage.
Still, this wall hasn't been opened up properly from Warden. And Red decides to take advantage of the situation. His position spotted out though, so he's going to play a bit more passive. 2 drones though he takes out. That's a lot of info gathering denied. He's shot out from multiple angles here. Now Warden's going to finish off opening up the wall, or at least try his best to. It's a bit tough. 1.5 minutes left. Finally, the wall unreinforced. Todd going to open that up with the sledgehammer. Good top floor control as well for FEROX. My question is, where is Shade? He's the man with the candelas in hand. He's the man we've been looking to for these opening engagements. At the moment, on flank watch, in Armory, but no doubt he'll rotate, start going for this push before too long.
Oh, they lose Deptra though. They all can't just funnel through the wall that Warden has created. If they all just funnel through here, I don't sense it's going to work out well for them, but they're running out of time. They're running out of options. Sushi, very low, has that diffuser. You do not want him to die up there without the defuse with 40 seconds remaining. Shade, time to use these Kendalas and start to push in. Try and find a pick or two as he pushes onto site here in the supply room. Doesn't find anything. Red is invincible apparently behind that counter. She got at least red, but that was all you're going to get. And the series will go to 1-1. Elevate taking border 7-4.
Maybe a bit close for comfort in this series, but Elevate do lock it out there. Got a bit close there. I think there was a last-minute dock stim pistol from Worthy as well to keep Red in the game just a bit longer. Great stuff, and particular from Vast there. Well-earned MVP. Really nice couple rounds there. A lot of hugely impactful frags, and Red, after a tough map 1, ends up map 2 with a nearly 2.0 KD, 11-6. After a pretty embarrassing 7-3 loss on the first map, Elevator got to be pretty happy to close out their own map pick 7-4.
Yeah, and I think 7-4 is probably about right. You know, we saw both teams pick up a few rounds on defense, but the attacking side was where we saw a lot of the damage done, obviously, for Elevate. FEROX came out of the blocks, though, did they not, on their attacking side, winning the first 2 rounds. They made it 4-4. And just for a moment, it looked like they might be able to go on and get their first series win. And you said at the very beginning of this pre-show that if FEROX wins this 2-0, you wouldn't be that surprised. But I think there would have been a lot of people surprised if FEROX had won this 2-0. In the end, 1-1. Guz and Raven are correct. Everyone else is wrong, apparently. I'm not too surprised
of it as well.
No.
I mean, I was surprised at the first map. Not blown away, not blown my socks off kind of surprised, but... You know, FEROX came in really strong map number 1. Their attacks were so good. They got close to replicating that on map 2, as you mentioned. 2 really strong attacks to start off their attacking half. But Elevate, fortunately for them, especially because of all the pressure that they've been under, they just regained their composure, made a few adaptations to fix up their top 4 defense, also managed to pull away Events defense and a Customs defense as well, locking it out. But one thing to note, with that 7-4 victory on border for Elevate and a 7-3 victory for FEROX on Consulate, FEROX actually still hold the head-to-head win because they have won more rounds. Their round differential in a head-to-head is better. So FEROX got to be super proud of what they've accomplished tonight.
We do have our first interview of the night, Digital from Elevate, and very interested to see how Elevate think they went in this round. Dev, I'm excited to hear how Digital's thoughts are. Digital, you there with us?
Hey boys, how are we?
Doing good. How are you feeling after that round series against FEROX?
Mixed feelings really. Like we just the draws are just killing us. Like we definitely should have got the 2-0 there. I think we were more than capable of doing so. But we were just like asleep on the first map, and yeah, we just like we've only got ourselves to fault, really.
I want to dig into Consulate a little bit. Was it something you weren't expecting? Because you guys have actually had pretty good results on Consulate recently. FEROX came out with some maybe a bit unpredictable things, banning out the Valkyrie and the IQ. You guys ended up banning the Pulse. Is there any insight that from the map, from the operator veto, that maybe kind of could explain why you guys really struggled, especially on your defenses there?
Again, it wasn't like we knew they like they like Consulate. They did really well against Wildcard, and we have a feeling that they might pick it. So, just at the defense rounds, the rounds where they played, passive and doing their short clears on console, we just fed them kills. And then when they didn't do short clears and they played, and we wanted to play more aggressive, that's when they played passive. It was just like, we've only got ourselves to fault. We didn't read into what they want to do. It's just like. Even our prep was fun. Yeah, just like in game day stuff, we're just asleep, really.
Digital, before I let you go, just on the border pick, you guys lost it last week to Sinister. Did you go back and sort of watch that VOD and do a bit more homework on it and think we can really add this to our map pool?
We've always like sort of rated our border, and we knew that FEROX isn't like really, really good at it. It's like not one of their really good maps. So yeah, like last week again, we just like made like minor errors. We choked that lead, and we weren't going to choke it today, no way. So yeah, we just like made sure we closed it out. We composed ourselves, and thankfully got the 7-4 dub.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Digital. Best of luck for next week.
No worries. Cheers, boys.
Yep.
Next week should be a good one for Elevate too. They're playing Knights, so tough games ahead for Elevate, and I liked what Digital said. They're sick of draws. They're just so sick of draws.
I mean, I think FEROX would probably say the same thing as well, right? They even when they haven't picked up a 2-0 at all yet. So who more so to be sick of draws than FEROX potentially?
Yeah, and that's the third draw for both of these teams, in fact. So if I'm Elevate, I mean, it was some good insight from Digital. It wasn't anything to do with their prep that really faltered them on Consulate, and I like that Digital is very modest. He's saying it wasn't that they did something that necessarily surprised us. It was that they fell asleep on game day. So I think Elevate's really going to be looking into what they can do to make sure that they can translate success from practice into these game days, because dropping the ball like this and losing these maps, it's what's going to slip them further and further away from that top spot that they're going after.
I mean, and I think you've also got to say it's a bit of both, right? Whether it's a little bit of Elevate just slipping, maybe coming into Consulate, not quite at 100%, but also then FEROX maybe coming into it, roaring, full of momentum and feeling confident going into the map pick that they chose. And then I think Elevate just sort of correcting themselves a bit on Border, right? And just sort of getting back to the Elevate that they know how they can play. Yeah,
for sure. For Elevate, I don't know really what else to say. These guys have been in the over 2020 so far, looking really good, but just a few hiccups, and FEROX have shown that they're not to be trifled with on the contrast.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've of course got our second interview here from FEROX with Sushi.
G'day, guys.
Just say, big g'day, Sushi. And my first question that I want to ask here is that very attacking sided rounds tonight. Did you sense going into these two maps that it was going to be so attacking favored for maybe both teams?
For Consulate, no. Definitely didn't expect like that strong of an attack for us, honestly. We would have been happy with like a 3-3 on Consulate for us, and then win out on the defenses. Border's always just like, it's a frustrating map. It's attackers sided is like to be expected on Border, but probably definitely not Consulate. No.
So what happened on Consulate that really allowed you guys to run away? You were 5-1 on attack. I know you guys were surprised yourselves. What happened there? And I also do want to ask, what was with your operator bans there, IQ and Valkyrie? Pretty unusual bans. So what happened, mate?
Okay, first of all, the bans. It seems like stupid bans, but for Elevate, we really wanted to do those bans for our own personal reasons. I won't say why, just in case, right? But like, we did do a VOD review earlier today, and we were like, this could actually really hurt them on the attack. Look, we just decided, let's just try and throw them off with our bans. But then on like Consulate, we're a team that really kind of gets behind momentum, but doesn't get upset if we like a 6-3 down or anything. So I feel like the rounds we were winning and the way we were winning, we got so much confidence. So we were just like peaking everything and winning our like ones. So really our attacks were just down to like, we played really well today on Consulate, and they just weren't able to like compete with us on a 1v1 level. Yeah.
Sushi, with Border, were you surprised at all by the pick from Elevate? And not only that, but have you guys played much Border, maybe in scrims recently? How prepared were you guys for this?
Look, with the new ban system, it's really hard to predict what map you're going to be playing. And with scrims, some scrims you play 3 maps, 4 maps. It's hard to really prep every map. We didn't really expect Border that much, seeing as like they lost to Sinister on it. So we were kind of we were hoping they didn't do it. We still like had some stuff for it. We were prepping it, but it threw us off a little. But the way our team works, we were confident we could still win it, but we just pretty much threw, in our own opinion, we could have still won Border no matter what. So, yeah.
You gotta love that confidence, though. Thank you very much, Sushi. Best of luck next week against LFO.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, in the end, both feeling like they could have done better, I guess, Dev, which, I mean, not too surprising. FEROX probably feel and walk away from this series thinking, hey, we really could have got 2-0 here. And Elevate probably thinking, we really let the ball slip. We should have walked away from this 2-0.
And for FEROX in particular, it was interesting to hear Sushi say that the linchpin of their victory on Consulate was, well, partially their attacks, right? Running away with 5 attacks really helped them, especially when they were only expecting to win 3 at best. But it was just came down to 1v1s. They just had so much confidence. First couple rounds start rolling on through, and FEROX are like, oh, I'm just shooting these guys. I'm wide swinging them, and we're winning our 1v1s. That just, it just spiraled. And the more that they did it, the more it worked. And from Digital's perspective, he was saying, well, they kept getting control. They kept getting free picks. So it does line up there, and it makes me wonder, what does this say about Elevate in future weeks as well? Is this something that they're capable of addressing, because they've got a lot of tough matches coming up in the season?
Certainly so. And of course, we've got one more match to play tonight, LFO and Knight. It's going to be on the other side of this break.
A bomb is dropped. 10 seconds left. Attackers have recovered. Attackers dropped.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
We had a very attacking first series between Elevate and FEROX. Moving on now to our second series of the night between LFO and Pittsburgh Knights. I'm joined again, of course, by the lovely Dev. As it's been so attacking. Dev, you got any attacking for me?
Rawr.
Attack me with no. I was going to say like attack
I
me
don't
with
know,
some
that was a bit
stats or
weird.
something, you know, like some analytics.
Attack you with some stats. Well, I literally just closed the tab for last game, so I would tell you how many rounds if I hadn't just closed the tab. So sorry about that one.
That's okay. That's okay. Of course, for those at home, keep up to date with the socials down below. Get voting in the polls as well. A lot in the last poll vote, not quite on the correct side. 60% choosing Elevate in the end. 1-1 series draw between Elevate and FEROX. Moving forward though, now onto LFO Knights coming up. Very interesting between these two teams, and really both around the same mark in terms of the leaderboard.
Yeah, very much so. These two teams and FEROX are all really strongly competing for that fourth spot, which is a playoffs spot. Top four go to playoffs. So these teams are really vying neck and neck, and that means that those head-to-head ratios, those head-to-head performances matter even more. So this is a huge match with a lot on the line.
I'm just going to have a look at the LFO lineup that they're playing with. Angmo, Sogs, Hills, Nasty Mims, and even the coach. They've been meeting or maybe even beating expectations this season of Six Masters. And I hope for their sake that they're not LFO for, you know, too much longer, because these boys have been performing very well.
I mean, it's crazy to think that these guys came through the open qualifier, for which they didn't actually lose a series. They made through that bracket nice and easy. And then they faced Elevate, TBD, and Wildcard, the top 3 seeded teams in the league, and they have won a map against each of those teams. That is nuts. These guys, if you like dark horses, if you like underdog stories, these guys are your team to go for.
I do like me some dark horses, but I'm also a fan of Knights as well. We got the Pittsburgh Knights, who are fresh off and thumping of Kanga last week. 7-2, 7-2 on Clubhouse and Cafe. These guys are bringing some form into this matchup against LFO.
Yeah, they had a great performance against Sinister the week prior to that as well. A draw of maps, and the same against FEROX the week prior. So these guys have only dropped 2 maps so far in this series, and I know that there's a lot of there's a bit of a rivalry between these teams. We've got Knights and LFO, so I'm particularly keen to see how this one plays out. I know there's going to be a lot of hearts ready, passionate to support either of these sides, and of course, whoever comes out ahead in this matchup is likely to edge out that way on the leaderboards and puts themselves in a much better position of making playoffs.
Certainly agree, as we'll eventually make our way towards the maps and how that's going to play out between these two teams. I mean, I was looking at the notes that you so lusciously prepared, and what's interesting and what has stood out the most is Clubhouse and Cafe, both performing very well on those 2 maps, which I personally want to see, because I love those 2 maps the most, and they were both, ironically, banned out in the last series.
Yeah, particularly Clubhouse I would love to see, since LFO's been so good and defeated, 7-2 Elevate, 7-5 Wildcard. I want to see these 2 teams go at it there.
Yeah, so we're going to see our bands first up, and, well, is going to be Villa and Coastline. I'm actually a little bit surprised potentially from the Villa of Pittsburgh, but they haven't been performing well on it. I guess they don't want any surprise picks from LFO.
Yeah, and guess what? Clubhouse is still in. Surely one of these teams is going to pick it. Knights do get the first pick here. If I'm just going to do a bit of speculating, Knights are good at Clubhouse. They're good at Cafe as well, as you mentioned. Maybe LFO, a bit more mixed results on Cafe. So if I'm Knights, I'm probably going to go to Cafe. I feel like that'll probably be Knights' pick. And then hopefully LFO picks Club, and then we get both of them. That would just be awesome.
Let's have a look at this pick. I'm spot on the money here. Cafe and Clubhouse. Look at that. I don't think I'm ever gonna. I'm gonna. Well, you've peaked. I've peaked in my first broadcast. I got them both right. But
I'll give you a little golf clap.
Yeah, no. I've started at the top, and now I've got to make my way back.
It's all
down.
downhill from here, mate.
It is. Cafe picked by Knights. Clubhouse picked by LFO. They're both actually fresh off a Clubhouse win. I feel more confident probably in the Knights pick for Cafe. To be honest, I feel like that's going to be stronger for them, more so than like LFO having an advantage on Clubhouse.
Yeah, for Cafe, I'm just going to dwell there for a minute because LFO, they've played it quite a few times. They played it in against TBD. They lost 4-7. And prior to that, they've got 4 victories, but those were all against not tier 1 teams, not 6 Masters level teams. They played in the open qualifier to get here. They beat a team called Eura twice on, and they beat another team called PC419 who plays in the LPL leagues. But they have yet to beat one of these top level teams like the Knights. So this is going to be a big proving ground for LFO on Cafe. Have they fixed up their Cafe? Are they going to be competitive? Otherwise, Knights going to be pretty good on that one. Clubhouse, total bloodbath, can go either way.
Well, let's see what you guys at home think. Well, think how this series is going to play out, and that is a lot more closer than the Elevate FEROX poll vote. 37% to LFO, 39% to Pittsburgh. You really can't split that much more. I think that might be one of the closest poll votes we've actually had this season of 6 Masters.
Yeah, you might be right on that one, man. That's a close one. And look, I put my money on, well, not literally, but I would put my wage if I had one on the draw. Because I feel like that's where it's going to end up here. That said, if LFO come out strong on Cafe, I can see them taking the series 2-0, but I don't want to count out Knights. They're a really strong team, had a couple hiccups, and they've been devastated when they did. I know when they lost to Sinister, when they lost to FEROX, really, really devastated. And these guys have a huge amount of potential fresh off a win last week, like you said. I totally think Knights could do it as well.
I think the draw is probably the safer option rather than going one way or the other. And that is indicative of how this series potentially could play out between LFO and Knights as we head into Cafe to kickstart the second series of the night. LFO and Pittsburgh Knights going to battle it out on Knights' first map pick.
I'm keen for this, Xenox. We get to see how these teams have developed. As you mentioned, fresh off a win last week is Knights, a 7-2 against Kanga. And, well, LFO last time they played this was 2 weeks ago against TBD, and they lost that 4-7. LFO is going to start strong and bold with a Thermite ban, getting rid of one of those hard breaches. Might see a Thatcher or Maverick in reply. Oh, this is going to get spicy. Maverick and Thermite banned out, leaving the only remaining hard breach as Hibana. Really good. Knights are just doubling down on this one.
I was going to say, there's no ace just yet, obviously. Those who have seen the reveal.
Yeah. Well, who knows what'll happen when that finally makes it into comp. But, I mean, another thing to mention with those 2 hard breach bans, we actually have the Thatcher still on the board, which is going to make it a lot easier to clear out stacked utility like ADSs and Wamai discs. And in fact, no ban on the Jaeger, the Wamai, or the Maestro, or the Echo. So just that Valkyrie banned out at the end there, which will suppress somewhat of the information gathering from Knights. Well, I guess from both of these teams, but LFO who banned it. So they're the ones who have decided they'd like to make that play. But man, I love seeing that double hard breach ban. It's going to make it really spicy. A lot of potential for bandit tricking in particular, maybe some Kaid tricking. Going downstairs first up, Hills on the bandit. I find it really unlikely that Strider is going to get these walls open unless if maybe Knights take top control and start to pressure LFO vertically.
And it does mean the Ying, while not used at the moment, is available again, as we saw on border.
Yeah, great point. And I mean, it wasn't consistently the ultimatum for the rounds that played out on border. It was definitely a strong factor that Shade utilized well for FEROX. I do like this decision just straight up from LFO to going bottom floor first. A lot of the time we might say, oh, it's just to throw them off. But I think that with these bans, the kitchen service bomb site's actually potentially stronger than bar. Mainly because of the lack of the thermite and the lack of the Maverick means you only have 3 Hibana pellets to open up hard breach. And that means you've got to decide, do you want to open the hatch? Do you want to open the garage walls into freezer? Do you want to open some of the walls of prep? What about the main bakery wall into the bomb site? You really have to be selective here. And on top of all that, Hills, he could start juggling some of these batteries as well.
Knight's probably expecting bar and cocktail as well. Although they'll find pretty quickly, and they probably already realize kitchen. I do agree, and then, you know, typically when it is bar and cocktail, usually first up, it's playing it safe. And then this way, I just love the fact that LFO changed it up a bit. Do something different, and as you said, it comes down to the bands themselves playing a factor. And that almost also was the case, if you remember back on Consulate with the IQ.
In my view here, with these bans in mind, Knights do really have to leverage the vertical play. So a good job from Arlo and Dino so far, and I guess Hayward and Juicy as well, also assisting. Has he got a suppressor on this monster of a machine gun? I love Arlo bringing the machine gun here, the LMG on Zafir, because it's just so unusual. Might get an early engagement, in fact. Doesn't overpeak that one. Thatcher EMP, not sure what the idea was with that Thatcher EMP. First set of Hibana pellets going out onto the hatch. Part of that really precious utility being utilized.
20 remaining. Not a lot really covered here by the Knights either. Isn't Nasty able to get Hayward up through red stairs? And yet still very little control of that second floor, even let alone first floor. It's all up for debate here.
Nasty gets another one. Strider the Hibana does take out Mims on the Maestro. Strong utility operator. I think Strider must have been peeking on a long angle through garage. You can see this rotate was opened by LFO into freezer. Opting not to utilize reinforcements on it, but instead reinforcing garage. A slow moment here for Knights though. C4 ripped out. Sox doesn't have to get too aggressive. He has a really strong position with this shotgun. He's favored in these close range engagements. You know where he is, but he's a rock they're going to have to deal with. The C4 goes out. Hills finds Arlo. Just these 2 players left. And man, Sogs, you don't have to peek this. Strider takes his head off, but Strider's the last man standing. He gets taken out. And that's LFO, a nice and strong start to their cafe.
You said Sogs doesn't have to peek it, but he knows that, you know, Nasty's close by anyway. He can counter peek and trade if needed. So they peek it at the same time, and in the end, the net result is a win for LFO. Over to Bar and Cocktail now for this second round, and well, a good start. That's where they'll be happy to see that at least Kitchen played out very much in their favor, and going forward here into Cafe, they can rely back onto it later on if they need be.
The plot thickens here. We speculated LFO would be at a bit of a disadvantage on this map. They're yet to prove they can take it to one of the big teams. Knights here coming off a strong record, but LFO have made this map their own with the ban phase, and Knights have doubled down as well with that Maverick ban on top of the Thermite. Now, it's much more difficult to bandit trick on this bomb site. For example, on the walls in Bar Backstore into Piano, you can't bandit trick that because you're going to get shot from the skylight. So despite that, we're not going to see the bandit use. Instead, it looks like the mute is going to be placed down. But if that's just not banned, that mute down there can just get hatchet out nice and easy. So maybe... in fact, the Thatcher really could have a huge impact here. Look at all this information denial, and on top of that, we have the position at Pixel. from Mims, already set up. It's a position that Thatcher's great for. He can clear ADSs. But that's why LFO is spreading out their utility. Got Wamai discs spaced out far from the ADSs so that the Thatcher can't just blanketly take out all the utility at once.
And Mims can obviously play Pixel and washrooms as well from that sort of position with the shield covering that area. So really well set up right now from LFO. We'll see how Knights can respond here on the attacking side.
LFO are really taking the fight to this game. A C4 thrown out the top. Doesn't find anything, but it just is a statement from Sogs that he's here to stay. Let's see if this nade does connect. Yep, and that's the shield gone down. Sogs taken so low for it as well. Going to take out as many drones as he can, but doesn't get any for now. So low HP, and he moves into elevator, drops the hatch, but Dino spots that on the drone. Sogs has to be careful. He's a man without a C4 and low HP, so has to be careful if he wants to make an impact this round.
But a lot of utility used and a lot of information gained as well for Sogs. And the fact that he stays alive, I mean, it really could have been worse for LFO here. Minute and a half, they still got 5 up. I mean, Sogs can just play a bit more defensively here. Dino just wants to make sure no one's roaming up red stairs. You can see, yeah, Sogs moving all the way into mining, playing really safe now, low health. Wants to be able to keep that 5v5 player advantage here. LFO maybe still just fall back a little bit if they want to. You can see Mims at Pixel can actually just fall back all the way to white stairs. They can give Knights a bit of position here at the Cigar.
Knights have been slowly but steadily getting this ground. Hill's also roaming downstairs. Sledgehammer's going to deal with that castle barricade nicely, but Nasty's going to use his gas to delay the take from Pixel. With at least one Hibana pellet used. I'm not sure how many Hibana X Kairos are remaining on Strider, but surely not enough to... Here we go. 2 left. That's enough for either a line of sight hole or a vaultable hole. He's going to go for the vaultable hole, but that's muted, so that's just going to have to get rid of that mute jammer for him to detonate these. There you go. There it is. Here's an avenue potentially going to be opened by Knights.
Able to get Angmo as well. 3 versus 5. They'll get another one here thanks to Strider. Mims gets taken down. Knights, well, they've probably got this round now. I don't think Nasty's going to be able to win a 1v5 from this position.
10 seconds to go.
And LFO looked good from the beginning of this round in the way that they were set up on the defense, but Knights on offense come up big.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like that was going to be a 1v5, did it, eh? Knights were slow, but they were sure. Arlo, we didn't really see this on camera, but I noticed it on the kill feed. Arlo took out Hills, who was roaming downstairs. So Knights doing a really good job of compartmentalizing here, having players dedicated to hunting down these roamers, and simultaneously those guys can get their job done, while Strider and the Thatcher and the rest of the guys upstairs can take control of Piano Pixel and open up avenues onto the bomb site.
A lot of talk around Bar and Cocktail being, you know, defensive sided, and it goes back to the conversation we had earlier on in the night, more so in our last series with Elevate and FEROX. But you know, you were saying certain maps or even certain sites are considered defender sided, and yet really at the end of the day, as long as you know what you're doing, I don't think that it's as strong as you maybe think at times. And we've seen Bar and Cocktail get opened up easily plenty of times enough for it to say, okay, is it really that defensive side?
Yeah, I'd have to run the stats, but definitely not as much as people would think. Echo being utilized by Mims, but we know Haywood's good with this IQ scanner, so I'd be surprised to see that Yokai taken out. A lot of deployable shields as well brought. In fact, 3 different deployable shields from LFO. 1 in Freezer to help protect against that position if the backstore wall is opened up. 1 at Pixel. Not sure where's the 3rd one. I didn't actually manage to see that 3rd one. They haven't got the Cigar one. They decided the nades are going to just deal with that nicely. Oh, Mims, just to keep himself safe at Cocktail. That's the 3 deployable shields. Also does give Mims some good angles to contest all the way on towards Cocktail. Sorry, towards Cigar.
Not quite as aggressive with the cigar defense this time, though, from LFO. Knights might be able to just get in a bit quicker here. A lot more positioning around that eastern side, back over towards Cocktail. Arlo through the skylight. Dino drones in, clears out Cigar. Piano stage is cleared too. Nemo just holding at Pixel. That shield. Strider now already inside along with Dino at red stairs, and they're going to set up in the same way that they did in that last round. Just double check, make sure second floor's clear. And play from there.
Well, one might spot it on the shield. Backs up a little bit. A couple people to contend with. Flash grenades going out to waste any ADSs and Lamai discs. A Thatcher EMP as well. Oh, how does he lose that fight? Hayward on the Pixel gets him there.
Literally
and Arlo
Pixel.
one on Mims as well. That was the player all the way at Cocktail. Nasty has to go huge here, and really LFO are on the run. Knights have made some good headway here in the round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Last round and this round now, they've made headway. Getting a bit of control already early on. Hill's able to at least slow down that momentum from Arlo. Falling back at Cocktail as Dino does get nasty though. 2 versus 4, and again LFO in a very unlikely situation as they were in that last round. Although Sogs, over in backstore, able to get Hayward, and still from that Cocktail position for Hills. Putting up a fight here though, LFO not going down easily.
They're starting to ramp up that aggression as they lose that advantage in order to claw it back in their favor. Dino taking low HP, but so is Hills. Still, the defenders have that default camera on the top floor. Good information on bar side. Juicy tries to push up the stairs. Hills was downstairs as well. Can he go for this flank? Surely Sogs doesn't find this. Indeed he does. It's a 2-on-2 now, and Hills can retake white. Sogs finishing that one off. 20 seconds left. Pressure is on for Knights.
20 seconds left, as you said. Hills went for the roam.
15 seconds left.
Comes back to white stairs now with Sog. Both are very, very low. Strider's going to put the diffuser down. Hills gets Dido. Hills will get Strider as well. 2 versus 4. No worries at all for Hills and Sogs. And LFO take the round 2-1.
Disable the diffuser.
Gotta be happy about that one in a 2 versus 4. To claw that back, Sogs and Hills deserve a pat on the back after that one.
Well, I mean, I said it wasn't looking good. It was looking very similar to that previous round prior. But things changed very quickly, and a lot of it thanks to, obviously, Hills and Sogs, but I think most of it to Hills at the start there in Cocktail.
Left.
And Sogs knew exactly when to get aggressive and when to retake the position at Cocktail as well. So huge credit to him. Both of these players really held their own. It was no one player there that won that clutch. It was Sogs and Hills together working in conjunction. And look, with that successful win on bar, it's been enough rounds. The kitchen and cooking is unlocked and LFO can make a return. Putting this into context though, I mean, LFO, they haven't lost they haven't been 2-0'd yet this Six Masters. They've won a map against all 3 of their opponents, the 3 top teams in the league. And coming in to this match, I know that Enigma, their coach, had some pretty fighting words about it, saying that we're going to win and we'll see who the tier 2 team is after tonight.
Who are Knights?
That's it. I mean, big fighting words. It's Enigma who said it. So, I mean, he's the one who's going to cop it if they lose. And, I mean, he's the one who gets to gloat if they win.
5 seconds left.
Well, Hills and Sogs are definitely gloating after that last round.
Attackers
They're going to have to keep it up. And
defuse
yet,
the bomb.
it feels like maybe a band-aid over the crack here, because 2 rounds in a row, Knights were able to clean house a little bit on this 3rd floor of Cafe. But obviously Hills and Sogs put an end to that for the time being, back down the 1st floor. And for Knights, I think it's a matter of that perseverance here.
I'm sorry, I just want to... This strat. What is this? Castle barricades upstairs, pre-placed holes by the defenders. This is like a hard hold of Train. Like I was identifying previously with the Maverick and the Thermite Band, it really enables, or really forces, I guess, the attackers to go above to clear out these positions on site. I mean, that was assuming that a bandit trick was going to be utilized, but there's no bandit taken here. So, I mean, LFO are going for this hard hold. A lot of castle barricades around mining, turning it into a bit of a kill box, an awkward position for Knights to enter. A very unusual strategy. It's going to be up to Mims and Sogs together to hold it. Sogs with the first pick. He's just on fire tonight.
Well, that's one way to make Dev excited.
You bring a
take a-
castle and you know you're going to get me. You're going to get me
Just
going.
bring a castle, set up in a room, and he'll love you forever. But I think also then getting the pick onto Dino really just completes it for Sogs and makes it worth it as well. That might just stun Knights a little bit now on their attack. They might be thinking, geez, what's going on in there? What's so special about mining here with Sogs really holding this up? As they have to now start to push through here. And it's going to buy so much time as well on this attack from Knights.
And utility. Now Hayward might find Mims. Juicy looking to finally pinch Sogs here. Concuss now. Sogs isn't going to win that fight. Hollow finds another one too. Suddenly things are turned on its head. I thought Knights might be a bit starved for utility because that sledge was the first one to get taken out and Arlo had to use his explosive lifelines on the castle barricades. But it doesn't seem to have mattered because Knights have really regained this man advantage.
Have they though? Because last time they had a 2 versus 4 advantage, it backfired dramatically. Although it's not Hills and Sogs this time as the partner crime. Is it Nasty and Angmo? Claymore's going to be destroyed. So Knights now in this situation, you have to think of probably coming, hey, let's not throw this one away as well. We really should be up 2-1, making it 3-1 now. Instead, they've got to just look to make it 2-2 with their 4 versus 2 advantage.
Full map control, except for this bomb site. Ung and Nasty are going to play close together.
15 seconds
Nasty
remaining.
wants to be fed this close range engagement, and he's got 2 players there. Ungmo finds one, gets traded. That's diffuser down. Nasty finds 2. It's a 1 versus 1, and he clutches it. Nasty holding down the fort for LFO.
I brought it up, but I didn't think it would actually happen again. That's 2 rounds now choked away from Knights, or I guess you could say, hardly fought back and won by LFO's duo in both rounds. Yeah, let's get this replay of this round, that's for sure.
That was nuts there. He wanted this close range engagement. That's exactly what he got. He even went for the last one as well. LFO, some huge performances here. They're up 3-1 on their defense.
I mean, it's fair to say, though, Dev, that this could easily be 3-1 to Knights right now, and that's got to be devastating for them in terms of their morale, knowing that they've choked away 2 4 versus 2 advantages and should be up 3-1. But credit to LFO, they're stuck with it all the way to the end.
Yeah. It's got to follow through here. Look at how many reinforcers are invested on the top 4. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of the 10 reinforcements from LFO invested on this cocktail hold. When, reminder, reading in Fireplace is the bomb site. We know how important
5 seconds remaining.
this cocktail hold can be, but really LFO is going just like all in. 2 hard breaches are banned, leaving only Hibana left. Reinforcing all of those holes really gives Knights no opportunity to take advantage of soft walls. They're going to have to use that Hibana or funnel through choke points. And I really like that decision-making process from LFO.
That's the other thing as well, without those hard breaches available, potentially attacking here on Cafe might be... Oh, that should have gone through. We'll have another trying mode. No. Fall back, play it safe, but attacking here might have been considered a bit difficult, and yet Knights could have been up 3-1 and then go into the defense and really bring it home, and that's no longer the case. Angmo really wants a C4 Juicy. I think that first opportunity was missed because it got stuck on the barricade. Now I think it's too late. Or is it?
Is he really going to take this gunfight? Grazes him there. Juicy does return fire, but doesn't find anything. I think Ungmo did manage to shoot that drone there. But Knights taking good control here. Getting into this top floor, but of course it's Cigar that makes the difference. And Ungmo is going to keep fighting from below. C4 goes thrown up. It does find Dino. That's the sledge gone. A lot of soft breach potential. Didn't find Arlo, who's the man he was looking for, but now Hayward's looking to return.
And And that's the positive of saving that C4. Hayward does get Angmo though, pushing back into Train and, well, punishes him there for coming back. Should have maybe just left while he was ahead, but obviously wanted to keep an eye on that hatch. Mute Gem is going to stop that for Hayward. Juicy's still holding that window. Actually hasn't moved at all at the balcony. But minute 13 remaining. Knights, 4 versus 4. Maybe will be more likely to win this than a 4 versus 2. We'll see how it plays out. Minute remaining.
Arlo does find another one, so numbers advantage going further and further Knights' way. Sogs returns fire, takes down Arlo. Good information on this default camera though, and still presence at Cocktail. Knights are trying to overrun them. Potentially Sogs, no, not going up for the peak. Leaving it all up to the players at Cocktail to hold on. Strider does finish off Hills now. 41 seconds, but we know LFO can come back from these numbers deficits.
We certainly know that. Nasty and Sog's been playing really well, right above Nasty's 2. Does have the C4 available. Oh, almost gets caught out. He's going to take a few shots. I believe it's Juicy.
Oh.
It is. Oh, that's Nasty from Nasty. 2 versus 2. Hayward's able to get Sogs. He's in at least between both bomb sites here, so getting this plant down is still going to be difficult for Knights with 7 seconds left, but Nasty's got no health at all, cannot take any damage whatsoever.
Not committing that plant yet. It's a 1v1, but the feet holes are the bane of Nasty, and Hayward thankfully puts an end to this madness. Knights just should be thankful that they've gotten around on the board. Way too close for comfort once again.
That's maybe a breath of relief for Knights from this round, I think, as well, considering how this map was moving away from them a little bit at 3-1 when, you know, this is where we go back to this. Is this scoreboard really, you know, showing the true story here? Because Knights, again, they probably feel like they should be up 4-1 here.
Yeah, but 3-3 would still be pretty good for them as an attacking half, especially with this. I mean, I've been harping on about the Thermite Maverick ban. I feel like it's quite impactful. That said, Thatcher is in. It does force the defense to play a little bit differently than if the Thatcher was banned. So we'll see. Knights, if they can edge out a 3-3 here, they definitely could be in a winnable position, even without overtime. The LFO have one last chance to ring out on their defenses, going back up to Bar Cocktail. Lost at the first attempt and then won it on a 2 versus 4. And I mean, a 2 versus 4, right? That's not the kind of round where you say, yeah, they're definitely going to win that again, right? They only barely won it in a 2v4. So, yeah, surely there's a response here from Knights.
I think 3-3 probably is the most fair result for the half. We get to that point, and I think neither side should be too upset. But for LFO, if they can go into this half 4-2, you've got to be feeling ecstatic with how they've performed here on the defensive side and how things could have been the complete opposite. To then go onto their attack and they're needing 3 rounds. Final attack here for Knights. Bar and Cocktail, as we've said, and well, hit and miss has been the way that Bar and Cocktail has gone so far tonight.
Can I just have a moment of appreciation for Arlo's suppressed LMG? I know I mentioned it earlier, but man, I love that thing so much. It's so good, and there you go. Thank you, on cue. Tap, tap, tap. A little bit of a t-shirt cannon there, and takes the head off of Ungmo, and that's great control already established with Pixel. Only 1 minute down, and there's already control of Piano, Cocktail, and Pixel. That's nuts. Oh, uh-oh. That's going to be terrifying.
That's some defying gravity stuff. Honestly, trying to take the position of Pixel and Washroom. Probably more so now just wanting to bunker down into washrooms. Dino might just have to be held up here by the smoke. We're not 30. You said they got in here early, but now pushing past Cigar and Piano is going to be difficult.
Arlo cautious these long angles. Barna pellets ring out. Ooh, but tricked by the Kaid. excellent work from Sogs. We've talked about how starved the attackers are for hard breach here, and that's one set from Strider gone. All it would have taken was an extra Thatcher EMP from Juicy, and that Kaid trick would have been countered. Doesn't look like there's a potential to counter this Kaid, this Hibana, which was on the washrooms wall. But for now, the backstore walls are safe and intact. Arlo finds another one on the round as Mims, trying to peek aggressively, loses that gunfight from Cocktail.
40 seconds remaining. 5 versus 3. Not impossible for LFO with how their defense has been holding up so far. Although now 2 versus 5, and it is going to be a bit more difficult than a 2v4. They do get the trade back at least onto Sogs. Not going to allow him to stay alive there, because I feel like if he had stayed alive, who knows what could have happened. Hills in a 1 versus 4. Strider's going to get the plant down. Knights should win the round. They should tie this up 3-3 going into the half. Barring a miracle from Hills. There's already been 2 miracles, really, on the side of LFO. They can't have a third one, surely. It's unfair if they were able to get one more here on their defense.
Attempted a retake, but come on, Knights aren't going to lose this. Surely not. Player on the flank, and he lands his shots onto Hills. That's juicy. I was a bit worried for Knights when they got those Hibana pellets tricked, but after finding that first kill, they found a weakness they could exploit. They just kept heading in. There's only one refrag opportunity for LFO, and that was immediately responded to by Knights. Really nice attack there. And looking at a 3-3 half, now it's maybe not what Knights thought they were capable of, but it's a good position to be in. And they should be able to lock this out on their defense.
I mean, 3-3 at the half probably coincides with how close everyone in the poll vote thought it was going to be, how close we thought it was going to be between these two teams, and probably indicative of how close these two teams are in general. And yet, I just keep going back to those 2 rounds that Knights weren't able to capitalize on, and you just think this could have been 5-1 in favor of Knights. So can we see LFO capitalize here on their attacking side? That's the question. They've been able to put themselves in this position where they only need a few attacking round wins.
Now, LFO were the ones who banned that Thermite. I wonder whether they were expecting the Maverick ban here. A lot of teams have just been opting to bring the Maverick, especially in a Thatcher ban meta. People just bring the Maverick, especially on this map. You can open up really what you need to for the most part, and you've got nades as well to deal with any shields or Maestro cams, whatever it is. Or even players, I guess. Nades have multiple purposes. So LFO, without Maverick, without the Thermite, just this Hibana. How are they going to deal with it?
Fine frags, click heads. I don't know what's so complicated, Dev.
Oh, I like this little hole.
That's what,
just one part of the elevator opened up.
I mean, that's really, though, what Knights were doing on their attacking side, right? Taking those duels a bit more often. You saw Arlo pushing in a lot. Speaking of Arlo, Mims is going to find him. That was Knights' strategy. It seemed to pay off on the offense. On the defense, though, Arlo does go down early, which opens the opportunities up for LFO on attack. Their first attacking route. They can take control of second floor.
Very much a vertical take so far from LFO, pushing in from downstairs. Not needing much contention. I wonder whether Arlo was simply unaware that he was being hunted. Nomad pushing in from the top floor. He's got heals nearby. Nomad charge going to placed. Air jab to prevent that flank up white. We know Knights are one of those teams that they do like to go for those flanks, especially players like Hayward.
I mean, a minute 40 remaining, and as you said, vertical take, although Strider, from a vertical position on this third floor, is able to spot Sogs pushing up. Not a lot of control around that cigar piano area. Mims will be able to at least trade back and get Juicy, although it does take a lot of damage for that trade. I don't want to say it's a 3v3, but it feels like a 3.5 to a 3. Mims is so low.
Hayward
taken out by Hayward.
The job. Yeah, there you go. 3-on-3 now. Even Stevens. Nasty going to drone up. An angle opens to plant in bar from Piano, but Strider's still playing aggressively in there. Drone tries to move in, and he takes it out with this really well-placed Evil Eyes. Perhaps an opportunity to take one of these out, but I don't think there's any utility left to deal with them. Gonna find this long angle into backstore is Ungmo, but Strider still playing really aggressively. He knows he has the confidence to peak with that Alder, plus the utility he can use on his Evil Eyes. Bit of a stall out from LFO.
Only 30 seconds remaining. This is one of the slower rounds we've seen so far tonight on Cafe. And yet it's 3v3.
Oh, not trying to be forced down. Is there a Maestro Cam that can deal with that? Doesn't need to be. Hills can find one, but he's being harassed here. Evil Eye's going to look away, can't shoot it back. 1v2. Strider is just going to insult him. Tick, tick, tick. No way Hills can get this plant off safely. Strider just on the other side of the bar, but he knows he's safe. And Knights lock out that first defense.
Even if he gets it down anyway, I don't sense he's going to go on and win that round. But that just made it even more so impossible than anything. And Knights continue to just win round after round now. A bit of a streak here. I believe 3 in a row, because it was 3-1 in favor of LFO after their double back-to-back 2v4 comeback on defense. And since then, it's been all one-sided tonight. So, I mean, those quotes from Enigma may come back to bite him here on Cafe.
As I was saying earlier, LFO, they've had a good record on Cafe, but most of those games were against lesser teams, against teams that failed to qualify for 6 Masters. Teams like Europe, PC419. LFO are yet to prove their worth on Cafe against one of these top 8 teams in the region. And that's really what Knights have been proving that they are here. A sweep of 3 rounds in a row, 2 good attacks, and then that defense, quite convincing. And they'll move on down to Kitchen. Bombsite LFO decided to choose first in their half because of, well, to my guess, because of the lack of Thermite and Maverick. Remember here, Maverick was banned out by Knights, and they were the ones who got that second ban. So LFO starts, opens things up, banning out Thatcher, Thermite. Knights could decide they ban Thatcher, whatever, they ban Maverick. So they were the ones that did this to themselves. They're much more prepared for it than LFO, seemingly.
Well, they had the option. I think that's what you're trying to say, is that Knights basically had the option of really reducing the amount of hard breaches available. So they're then able to sort of come up with ways to counter that and say, okay, well, we're definitely going to ban Maverick here. We're not going to have many hard breaches. What can we do here? So, whereas LFO, I mean, whether or not they were expecting the Maverick to follow up after their Thermite, it might have been a bluff that just gets called out here. And LFO are going to have to deal with this now on their attacking side, where I think, especially on Kitchen, it's going to be so much more difficult to be breaching here without the extra hard breacher.
Looks like it will be a bakery push, though. Despite the fact that there's no Thermite, no Mav to open up that main wall onto the A-bomb site. Does seem to be where LFO are pushing from. Don't quite know how it'll work with just that Cabana. They've got control of bakery. It's a good start, but it's not everything. Looking for, I don't know, what are they looking for? Echo drones? Thatcher EMP goes out on the wall. Nasty can now freely open it up. There's in fact no wall denial other than the mute jammers. No Bandit, no Kaid. Here we go. Nasty's going to whip out the X-Kairos. What's he going to do? Crouch height hold perhaps. An additional one for line of sight. Only 1 pellet left. There you go. All 3 pellets invested. That's all the hard breach that's available invested here. I better hope that this avenue really helps him out.
Whether it helps them out or not, Sogs helps them out by getting it down to a 5v4, finding a pick onto Dino from a different avenue. You mentioned everyone sort of from LFO pushing in through Bakery. That's the ideal spot to push through now because of the breach opened up from Nasty, but Sogs is going to now be able to offer that mind play onto Knights and say, okay, I'm coming in from the east now as well. Can't forget about me as Langmo gets Arlo. And Knights just slipping here on defense in this round particularly. This is so good from LFO. It's Hills is able to eliminate Strider and push onto the site. Although Hayward does get one back, 4 versus 2. Now just maybe time for Knights to show that they can win a 4v2 as well.
But no more C4, and this cross has been covered very well by Ungmo, who's going to hold on and take out the last 2 Knights players. That's another round for LFO, evening up this scoreline to 4 apiece.
I mean, typically that's how a 4v2 usually goes, Dev. Not what we saw before.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That's the norm.
Just yeah, that's normal. That's okay. Reading 5 plays for this next round. 4-4 tied up again. Knights able to be stopped that round by LFO, and LFO just that was so clean, almost a flawless round. The way they played that was flawlessly. The bakery push even with just the Habana, but then Sogs opening up with that pick on the other side of the map basically just puts a bit of doubt into the minds of Knights and forces them to make sure they've got to keep every option opened. And then obviously for LFO, they're not all just funneling in from one direction.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did miss those first 2 picks. Not quite sure where they went down, but I was a bit skeptical of LFO's push there. I thought investing all of your hard breach utility onto those main walls, you better hope that you win your engagements on those long-range angles. On top of that, LFO weren't all running ACOGs. You know, we had Nasty on the Hibana running a hollow sight, so in theory, less favored in those long-range engagements. It's usually the attackers bringing ACOGs, it's so that they can have that advantage over the defenders in long-range engagements. But yeah, it didn't matter. Not only did they find those first 2 picks, but also pushing into prep. I think it was the Thatcher player, must have been Hills. He peeked up and was very aware of the angle above from inside a train. Took out that player as well. By that point, you know, 5 versus 2, hard to lose those.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But it can be done.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Now moving on to reading. First time we've seen Knights play this one. I like this angle. Absolutely cheeky. It's the kind of thing where if I die to this angle, I'm going to be, you know, I'm not going to be happy. You don't want to be in the Discord call with me when that happens.
Some commando style from Strider. Looks like he's in the swamps.
I think he's worried about getting pre-fired through the window. So he's just droning on through. Yeah, very cautious of someone on the long angle from outside. But no one is there. 2 players on the middle floor, 3 players on the top floor. Pretty standard here for Knights on this defense. Of course, this reading defense heavily revolves around cocktail presence. How long can the defenders hold on? I like the usage of these castle barricades. Makes it much more difficult for attackers to transition between bar and the backstore.
Attackers have located
Really
a
restricts
bomb.
their vulnerability,
The
forces them
attacker's
down
bomb
those
diffuser
choke
has
points.
been dropped.
Strategy that Knights has been running for a really, really long time, in fact, on Cafe. So hopefully it's something LFO have done their VODs on, and they'll be aware of it and ready to counter.
A lot of control around that white corridor area. I know he was able to get a C4 elimination onto Hills. 4v4 though, the advantage doesn't last for very long. In fact, Hayward now gets, but never mind, it's now 3v3.
What? Why do these guys keep killing each other? Xenox, I can't keep up.
I mean, look, it's the aim of the game here, isn't it, right?
Well, I guess that's cocktail control. That's what Ungmo's thinking right now. He's like, oh, I guess we killed everyone up here. We probably have to redrone it. And that's what those mute jammers are for, to prevent that from happening. We have a drone going down on the bomb site. In fact, Strider, Dino, and Juicy are all on the bomb site. This castle barricade, though, very much present here on the reading door. We'll need to see LFO get rid of that before they can execute in this typical position. The later they leave that, the riskier this gets.
They've really fallen back early, though. 50 seconds remaining. They're going to give up all control of that 3rd floor. Are the Knights? Log's able to just break that castle barricade open. We saw an unfortunate incident at that door earlier on, where you just funnel through. It's so easy for the defender to just keep an eye on it. Angmo, Sogs, got to be careful if they're going to push through here.
Angmo actually goes deep. Gets back out again, 23 seconds. Got to start your plant soon, mate, otherwise you're going to get desperate. Hibana opens up an angle to pinch off Dino. Sogs finds another one on Strider. Juicy to hold. He gets 2 with the SMG-11, but there's no ammo left and no time to reload. Onto the shotgun, but Dino finishes it off. And Knights hold fast here for another defense.
Yeah. I mean, the smart play, pushing back early, I guess, and playing a little bit more defensive, making sure no one else was going to be able to get picked off. I mean, we didn't quite see every single kill in that game particularly, so it was a bit hard to sort of judge. But as you said, I think it was a lot of the fighting was around that cocktail position.
Everyone died at cocktail at once. These guys just refragged each other out until everyone was dead. But it'll be bar again. It's the I've just noticed, have you noticed every single round Sogs picks an operator and then just 6 picks Zofia? Every single round. Last round it was Ying, this round it's Montaigne. This is mind games. And I mean I like it, you know.
Yeah. And I mentioned that actually. I can't remember if it was off air or one of my practice casts, but I said I was said to Raven, I was like, you reckon people are going to just troll with that 6 pick? Like, why not? Like, if you know what you're going to want to pick, just might as well just pick something like the Chunker or whatever, then switch it over to what you were actually going to pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do it to Chenka for a bit of a lull, but you can also do it to maybe just spook out your opponent. For example, the Ying. A lot of teams are afraid of the Ying. You've probably seen it has such a high ban rate, most banned operator in 6 Masters so far. And the Montaigne, also a really scary operator if played well. So just trying to get in the Knights' head a bit, but yeah. Sogs consistently 6-picking over to that Zofia. Now Knights edging away a lead here after a 3-3 half. They've come away with 2 strong defenses, yet to find a bar defense successful there. We'll see how LFO do manage to deal with this one. It's like quite a bit of presence in piano, at least for now. Is Hayward going to try and sit in here for a while? Might do.
Probably at least until he gets droned out, I would imagine. Barbed wire near red stairs.
It's dangerous though, because as soon as an attacker is on that west rappel, Hayward's kind of stuck. He can't really make a move at all. So he needs to rotate out there before it's too late. Perhaps he's just adapting, because LFO seem to consistently go for this downstairs push. And you can see, for example, Ongmo here with Mims downstairs. Just to be cautious of that angle. But also a player potentially in piano looking down through the hatch. A lot of angles to be cautious of.
It's interesting because Knights were so set up, well not set up, but they were very much maybe expecting Cigar, red stairs, and yet second floor push. Verticality is what LFO wanted this round. Hayward does get Sogs, but
I think that was a run out. Must have been a run out from the windows. I think he got traded straight away. So a bit of a risky play from Hayward, but yeah, just jumped out piano window. It's the kind of thing that's always going to get traded.
I mean, I do like to see the push for the second floor for LFO. They got in super early, so they got enough time to play it. Arlo's sitting at white stairs, making sure that's covered though. Just in case they want to roam over from mining or reading and head over to white stairs.
One thing that has been a weakness for LFO is leaving Strider's Evil Eye cameras up for quite a long time. And with Sogs the first one taken out, look at so much information for Strider right now with the players on his Evil Eyes. He's going to get a really aggressive position. He's so confident in his aim with this Alder. He's worried he's been droned out, but he's going to hold firm on this angle. Could deal a lot of damage.
50 seconds remaining. 3 versus 4
we got droned
in favor of LFO. Hills is going to spot out Strider, and that's going to make it even more difficult for Knights. Arlo finds one back onto Angmo though. White stairs still holding back. Hills able to get Arlo, and Knights down to a 1 versus 3. Dino's all that remains. That diffuser is going to go down.
Dino can't even peek here because of the air jab above his doorway. Plant goes down. Hoping to find an exit frag if someone attempts to rotate back into piano, but they're just getting safe. They're playing around the new hatch drop. Ooh, almost gets that first kill. Good pre-aim, good pre-fire, but doesn't net anything just yet. And there's a lot of information. You can see those 2 Maestro cameras still up, as I mentioned, but Dino's got a lot of work to do with it, and LFO do close it out a 3v0 at the end there. Really nice job from LFO to punish the aggressive plays from Knights and lock out that round.
I was going to say that was sort of the break point round as well for Knights to send it to match point. Now we're once again tied 5-5. We haven't had a single overtime so far tonight. In fact, everything we've had tonight usually was one-sided in our first series for both maps, but this is neck and neck. 5-5. Knights have looked the better. They've passed the eye test more than LFO, but LFO are just finding a way. The Sox is going to go back to that Sophia again. They keep finding a way.
I'm sorry, when he was on the Nook, I was like, I just wanted to interrupt you and be like, Xenox, I bet you $10 that he's going to switch to Sophia. I don't think you would have taken that
one. Oh, yeah. But they just keep finding a way to keep this close and keep it 5-5, making sure that Knights don't run away with the series or the map. And now they're putting themselves in a position to, whoever gets this next round is going to have match point for at least one round.
Yeah, and look, it could well be LFO. They've won Bar Cocktail once now. And in fact, I mean, it was Knights here thinking, do we go back downstairs to Kitchen? Because that's unlocked. They haven't won it yet. Or do we retry Bar Cocktail, which they have a 50% win rate on this map so far. Trying here again, and to be honest, the first time Knights won this bomb site, it was really thanks to aggressive plays that didn't get punished. I'm thinking Strider with his Maestro cameras, he had so much information, his teammates could relate to him on anyone in bar, in piano, around New Hatch, Cigar, and Strider was playing such an aggressive position in bar itself, just at the railings, and did quite a lot of damage from that position. In that previous round, he tried to make a play based on that same kind of movement, and he got droned out and punished. Now, if LFO can continue to punish these kinds of aggressive plays from Knights, I'm not sure Knights will be able to hold on.
LFO have been loving pushing in first floor, second floor. They don't mind. They're not just funneling into like red stairs hatch. Although, as I say that, Hills drops down red stairs hatch.
Well, I mean, it's step number one at Cafe 101, but yeah, it has been a bit unusual to see LFO's insistence on pushing downstairs, and I mean, Knights, I think they're aware of it now, but they're not quite sure how to contest it. Oh, there's a good job. They are, in fact, putting a lot of utility downstairs, but not necessarily players. So this is going to make it much more difficult for LFO to take control of that downstairs area because their drones are getting denied. They don't have the information to run away with. I just hope Suggs takes out the Maestro cameras before he dies this round.
I think the positioning as well of Knights then comes into question for themselves because of LFO just playing from different positions. There's Evil Eye, but not playing too aggressive with them and making it difficult to... Oh, geez, that was... I don't think anyone was actually there, were they?
Strider was just prone right next to that bar. Prone right next to that bar, and I think he's aware that Strider's been playing in that position, so he pre-fired around it. I like the idea. Oh,
definitely didn't connect, though.
No, not at all. Other Mozzie Pest catches a drone here. Mims does open proceedings, but traded back. A couple pre-fires goes Strider's way, but doesn't find anything. What's the go, LFO?
Like they're just trying to flush Strider out of that position. Get him to move, but he's not budging. Happy to just keep holding that. Drone's going to be cleared out. White corridor now push for Angmo. 40 seconds remaining. LFO coming in from a few different directions. Hayward, though, steadfast holds his position at White Stairs. Probably knows that White corridor has been compromised. Angmo is getting super aggressive with his push. Hayward's going to completely punish him as he pushes back up. And that's going to make it so much more difficult now for LFO. Although, as I say that, immediately Hills does pick up the kill onto Strider. They knew where he was in that position at bar. 15 seconds left. His plant's going to go down very soon.
And there's the air jab, going to be capitalized upon. 2 more for Hills. Yes, traded out. Nasty trying to stick this plant. It's a 1v1. Is he going to stick it? He gets off, and he wins the fight as well. LFO take us on to match point, and that's the second time Nasty has gone huge with a clutch.
Oh, he is nasty, isn't he? LFO are in a now. They're in a position, Dev. I swear to God, I cannot believe this. That they're on match point. But I keep bringing up the eye test says Knights have looked the better, but these last 2 rounds, the eye test now says LFO are here to play, and they deserve this match point, and they've really flipped this game on its head. Regardless of how those first 3-4 rounds played out on the defense side, they've now switched it. They're now in match point and deserve it. Oh, Sophia into the ash.
No! Insane. No. Never seen before strategy employed by Sogs here. He 6 picks off of Sophia instead of onto it. and he decides to just go full send and play Ash. Why not?
Hey,
Mate?
it's
Why
not. It's not like he six picked off the Sophia to go into Monty, and has completely.
No,
reversed.
he goes from like he's six picks between the two most similar operators in the game.
Yeah. But hey, maybe the Sophia was the good luck charm. Maybe this might actually be bad luck for LFO here.
Look, Jake, I want to ask you a question. Do you want to see overtime?
I do want to see overtime.
I bet you do.
But
And
I won't lie. If we go to
well.
if we go to overtime, I have no idea who's going to win that overtime because it's so close right now between these two. I feel like this is the best opportunity, and obviously, yeah, it's match point, so LFO have got this opportunity, but if they're going to win it, I think you got to win it now because Knights haven't looked bad. LFO just keep winning those 50-50s.
And even winning the, the 60-30, the 60-40s, winning the 70-30s, winning the ones that they shouldn't be winning because they've won 3 clutches so far. 2 2v4s and then that 1v1 there at the end, just that round prior. But if Knights do tie it up here, that would be a straight 3-3 half for each team. Perfectly even defense and attacks. Quite a contrast to what we saw earlier tonight, which was very attacker-sided. LFO pressure is on to lock it out now and not go to overtime, where they'll have to switch back onto their defense at some point.
Have looked the goods in the last 2 rounds, LFO, to put themselves into this position. I'd say overall, out of the 11 rounds played, 3 of them were that 50-50, as you said, maybe even 60-30 in favor of Knights, and they won all of them.
That makes 90, not 100, mate. 60 to 30 is 90.
You're the one who said it, so I'm just going with what you said. we all know your maths is not the strongest suit. That's
all
okay.
right. Moving on.
2 minutes remaining, though, and LFO, you maybe don't want to sort of rush your hand here, I guess.
Yeah, they are repeating the pattern that they've been doing every single time, taking this control below. Trying to do some kind, I don't really know what it is accomplishing, to be honest, other than flushing out the player from Dino. But yeah, typically it is that cocktail pressure that makes the difference. Knights have Hayward retreat back downstairs. Sogs doesn't shoot that camera, electing to try to not reveal his position. Pushing up very slowly, just a crouch walk. This barbed wire is going to stop his progress, though. He'll have to either melee that or walk through it either way, telegraphing his position, but there's no one nearby other than Juicy. Strider does kick off things with Nasty, the player that's been on fire. Is that refrag, though? Surely Sogs can't find another, he does!
The barbed wire's not going to stop Sogs. Takes out Juicy. And it's a 4v3 LFO match point, and now certainly the match in their hands. Hills gets Arlo as well. They are on the verge of taking Cafe away from Knights. Dino and Strider are tasked with a 2 versus 4. It's been the map of 2v4s that we saw from earlier of LFO. If ever is a time to repeat that effort, but now for your benefit, now is that time, Strider and Dino.
20 seconds remain. If they can kill the player who's planting, kill the player with the diffuser, it could mean everything for Knights. To send it to overtime is Dino and Strider trying to find this first engagement. Strider finds one. Could it be evened up? There's an even Steven. Hills just to find Strider. Going for this plant. Mims has to cover. Strider could clutch this. It's so possible right now. There's a player injured. The plant's going down. Now it's a 1 versus 2. But LFO lock this out and lock out the map for Mims. LFO taking their opponent's map pick 7-5.
Wow. And they pick up their first Cafe win as well of 6 Masters for LFO. What a map. 7-5? Incredible. I mean, the scoreline doesn't even remotely tell the story for this game. You have to watch that game back if you've missed it, especially the first 4 rounds. Watching that, you would think, how did Knights lose? But LFO, as I said before, the last 2-3 rounds, that's when they really flicked the switch and deserved this 7-5 win. And as you said, steal the map pick away from Knights.
Some huge performances from LFO players as well. Hills, Sogs, and Nasty, I believe, were the 3 players copping 10 or above on the kill feed. And man, Hills and Sogs had so many impactful mid-round frags. Hills in particular, I felt like there were so many rounds playing the Thatcher where he would just find 2 or 3 kills, and then we would be like, I thought Knights were in the lead now, and suddenly there's an opportunity for LFO to explode onto the bomb site. Add to that the fact that Nasty was involved in, 2 really impactful 1vx's and won both of them. That was just too good to bypass, man. Finally, LFO have proved that they can take Cafe even against a top team.
And I think for Knights, you know, especially when we have the interview later on, is those first 2v4 losses in the end probably cost them the map as a whole.
Yeah.
If we look at it from start to finish, so how much that now changes things in terms of morale going into Clubhouse. Both these two teams are probably comfortable on Clubhouse. So it's obviously the map pick for LFO that we're going to be pushing into next, but Knights have shown success on Clubhouse as well. So they probably aren't feeling like a daunting task is awaiting them after the break.
It's tough because there is a bit of, there's got to be some kind of mental weight there, and Knights have to have the stamina to get through it because they've just lost their map pick, one that wasn't super proven for LFO, and on their part, it was one of their strongest maps. Going into Clubhouse, LFO have come off a 7-5 win over Wildcard and a 7-2 win over Elevate. LFO have looked so good on Clubhouse. In fact, the last time they lost it was yonks ago. It was ages ago that is almost not relevant. LFO are just looking so good on this map. I've got to be scared if I'm the Knights.
Well, we're going to find out after the break. Will Knights lose this series or will they make it 1-1? Stay tuned.
Seconds to go. Attackers are activating the... Attackers have dropped the bomb to... 10 seconds to go.
Setting C4!
Seconds to go.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
your soul and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We got two hearts that beat in time. In the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Well, we're halfway through this series between LFO and Knights. LFO stealing the map pick away from Knights on Cafe here at Playdate number 7 of 6 Masters. Dev, we head now forward into Clubhouse. It is the map pick as well of LFO. They give them the big chance of going 2-0 here for, I think, the first time this season.
Yes, they've drawn every single game so far, but they've all been against really good teams. And they're also undefeated on Clubhouse so far this season. So it's going to be a first, either a first proper double win for LFO or a first loss on Clubhouse. So we're heading into uncharted territory. I'm super keen.
Super keen as well. And you know, it goes both ways. We've had draw in the first series tonight. Will we get a draw here at Knights? You know, I mentioned it before we went to the break. It's now up to them to come back here, obviously, on Clubhouse. And I did say, as we were wrapping up the last map, that they're not bad on Clubhouse. They shouldn't be daunting this task that's in front of them here. They should be welcoming it with open arms and say, you know, LFO, Enigma, you made those comments. We want to win this. We want to really get back in and make it 1-1 at least.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, LFO are undefeated so far on Clubhouse and 6 Masters, but Knights have played at every single Playday. And that's a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, it tells us that it's a good map for them. What they 7-2'd Kanga last week, that's pretty nice. They also beat Sinister 8-7 in a really close one. They lost to FEROX 3-7, however. But also, it's a double-edged sword, because having all those VODs means it's something LFO can then take back. During this week, LFO knows they're going to pick Clubhouse. They know that probably Knights aren't going to ban it, so they can just, you know, scrim the heck out of Clubhouse, watch all of the VODs from Knights, know exactly what they're going into. That kind of preparation, that counter-strategy, that's what Enigma and LFO are just really good at, and what they've demonstrated this season so far.
It was certainly very close on Cafe. The poll vote, as we have a look at it again, was also very close. The closest it's probably been this entire season, although it has gone up a little bit there on the left and right side, but still, you cannot split it. 37-39 and I guess 24% draw. They're still within a big chance here going into Clubhouse. Knights, I mean, I don't count them out coming into Clubhouse at all.
Yeah, on my snowball predictions, I said draw, I believe. Yep, it's come up on the ticker. I said draw. To be honest, if you were to ask me at the start of the map veto, I probably would have said draw. But with LFO winning Knights' map pick, I'm actually tending towards LFO here. I just don't see LFO losing Clubhouse. They have, on paper, they have really good experience against Wildcard and Elevate. Elevate was a 7-2, and they have so many VODs to go against Knights. Like, we really need to see something from Knights here to take it to LFO on their map pick.
As we head into Clubhouse, LFO versus Pittsburgh Knights. LFO on the verge potentially of their first 2-0 this season. Knights, well, they don't want to be on the verge of a 0-2. Who's going to be correct in this prediction? Draw, LFO? We're about to find out. And I also just want to bring up, just for your sake, Dev, guess the predictions that Guz and Raven picked here for this series.
They go LFO win, did they?
They both went LFO. They are now actually one map away from having all their predictions correct this week.
Well, there's always tomorrow for them to stuff up, and knowing Guz and Raven, they will. So let's just give it a shade there. Ying's banned out, Thatcher's banned out, Maverick's in, Thermite's in, Hibana's in, all the hard breaches available. Yeah, I know. Imagine not having a hard breacher banned. But just to put this, probably Echo or Maestro is my guess. Maybe a Valkyrie or we've seen a few Valk bans, but probably the Echo or the Maestro. But just to take a step back and think about the standings, right? Coming into this Playday, Sinister, Knights, and LFO were all tied at 9 points. FEROX, after winning their map, has gotten themselves onto 9 points as well tonight. But LFO have jumped ahead of the rest of the pack at 12 points. They'll be sitting in 4th place on the standings currently. But they will be tied with points to TBD. If LFO win this, they're going to be 3rd place in Six Masters. Can you imagine LFO, the team that came through the open qualifier, being in 3rd place, only just behind Elevate and Wildcard?
I mean, but they just continue to surprise week in, week out. You say it now, and I'm not surprised. You say it at the start of the season, and you're flabbergasted. But it has been a close season.
Crazy stuff. And man, it just, I mean, I feel like LFO have got to have earned a lot of fans because they've really gained my respect, and I think the respect of a lot of teams in the league here. These guys are really strong players, but more than that, they are a strong team, and they play like a pro-level team here. They don't play like they've just come up from T2. They play like they've been hanging out with the big boys for a long time. They do their homework, and I don't know who it is that's really instrumental for LFO in preparing strategies and counter strategies, but I was going to give them a tip of the hat because they have been really stepping up their game in the Six Masters and rivaling these other greats in ANZ.
CCTV and Cash. I think you can probably see the Maverick up on Kennel's balcony, try and take down that reinforced wall eventually. Of course, as you said, we've got some hard breaches available in this map now. Although with the Mirror and Valkyrie bans, a bit of the intel gathering has been taken away.
Yeah, and I mean, just touching on those bans for a second, we do have the Thatcher taken out. So that will, while there's no hard breaches ban, the Thatcher ban, which is something that enables hard breach, will just change the way that the attackers have to do things. In this case, it'll really just be enforcing the Maverick. The Thatcher ban, the best way to deal with a wall like this is Maverick. Otherwise, you have to do all kinds of awkward things going downstairs. And I also want to point out the way that Nasty is using his smoke babes to try to challenge this Maverick. Try and do as much damage as possible to the Maverick as he's opening up the holes. The second set goes out, and Strider will have to choose between actively mavericking this or just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. So it does delay some good time.
Still 2 minutes remaining left. I mean, yeah, he's still got the decision. I think he'll probably go back in for another go. Try and get this wall down. And it just does seem like... Well, I was going to say, it does seem like they're going to throw another smoke out and just continue to try and delay this for as long as possible. He does get it from what I saw before he drops down, so at least gets the wall finished off, which, from what I was watching last week, there were a few Maverick players actually struggling to get that. Sometimes pieces of the wall can get stuck and it doesn't quite break that easily.
Yeah. Oh, it's difficult to do, but Strider knows what he's doing clearly. Ooh, an engagement likely to occur here. Angmo and Juicy downstairs. Angmo decides better of it and comes back to site, or does he? He's tempted of hanging around here in lounge.
Does he fake the barbed wire there, maybe expecting to think that he's continued to push all the way up and now just slowly pushes back down?
Juicy's watching the angle. Angmo has to be careful not to get too overzealous here. The block is such a... Oh no! Expects it on the other side of the shelf. Doesn't realize Juicy's lying in wait. He does finish off Angmo. One of the more common counters to the Buck playing in this position is to open up the wall of stock so that the Buck player is exposed to the bar side, but LFO decided not to go for that, and you're going to have to deal with Juicy blocking from below and flushing out these positions in cash.
Falling apart for LFO now. After losing Angmo, they've still got control of Kennels as well. That does Knight, so they can push in from both sides. Nasty's able to get Hayward. And Hills does get Uzi, not before Strider just pushes in and Kennels and picks up the double onto Mims and Nasty. Hills in a 1 versus 3. This is winnable. Strider, though, catches him off guard. There's actually a 1v1 right at the end. There was a player injured for Knight, so Strider electing to not go for the plant and go for it instead.
Yeah, smart move there for Strider. Strong round from him, opening up the main wall, getting in for the plant and finishing off that one. But I think, for me, the key to that round was Juicy on the Buck. Being able to go below, open up some of the key positions in stock, which lead to cash, the bomb site itself. Typically where you'll see a lot of anchors play. Not only opening up those angles, but then taking out Angmo, who was on the flank. And then, I think he got another kill, I can't remember which player it was, through those holes as well. Really helped out. And if I'm LFO right now, I'm starting to think, okay, if we're going to go back to cash at some point, we really need to make sure we can kill that Buck, or at least put him under extra pressure. And like I'd mentioned earlier, I think that opening up the holes in the wall between bar and stock, little low holes, just ankle height, so that the Buck is standing in there, you'll be able to see his feet from bar. That's a really nice way just to contest that.
Down the basement. And this is where the vertical control, that first floor, is going to be important. Having the hard breach of Maverick and Havana certainly makes things a little bit easier here for Knights. Clubhouse is interesting where, from what the games I've been watching as Six Masters, it can be 50-50 in terms of attacking and defending. It's not give or take, but it's a defender-sided map or attacker-sided.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we see so much variety. I know a lot of the time people say, oh yes, Clubhouse, Cafe, defender-sided maps, but then we see, you know, crazy games. For example, that last game ended up being, what, there was a 1 round difference, and it was actually just slightly attacker-favored.
Yeah.
But we've seen earlier, in fact, all of tonight's been attacker-favored.
Really attacking
still
Knight,
changed. Yeah, it's good. Keeps you awake, you know?
I mean, they do say defense is the best offense, but I guess sometimes offense is also a pretty good offense, if you know what I mean.
You're a poet, Xenox. You really are.
Yeah.
So,
say.
no Kaid charges on these hatches. Kaid electing not to be used, despite that Thatcher ban. Thought process from LFO is just, well, Strider is going to open up those hatches with the Maverick Torch, even if we Electroclaw them, so rather bring something else, and that something else is a Goyo. We saw Mims placing his shields, the Vulcans around blue, preventing a blue push. Gonna take a bit of util from Knights to be able to clear those out if they decide to push that side. Is Heels really going to contest this? Oof, ambitious.
I mean, it would be a mistake from Strider if he's blowtorching and giving him his position away at the same time by blowtorching and standing in the open holes that he's creating. So I think that's maybe what Hills was trying to see if maybe he wasn't quite from the top floor.
There was an attempt at the impact trick from Sogs. Ooh, are we going to get to see... Oh no, he's just making a prone hold. There is a way you can actually use one Hibana pellet to make a crouch hold, but I guess Dino decides he doesn't need to do that. Yeah, I think that was quite pivotal, the kill onto Sogs, because Dino didn't use any extra X-Kairos. None of them were denied from Sogs, and usually it's quite easy to impact trick that hash. So not only is it a player down, but also really good utility efficiency from the Knights.
Really opened up this first floor, bottom floor. For the control into basement. Push to come soon though. 40 seconds.
Oh no!
Whoa, Strider. That's a mistake.
Oh god.
It's okay. Mistakes happen. That's how you fix your mistakes that matter more than anything. This might just delay the push though. Now they've got no time to worry about being delayed though. 30 seconds remaining. Arlo. Better nade from Hayward, at least showing Strider how it's done with the nades. 20 seconds left.
Arlo keen on this blue push, but all the utility's gone. Pushing on in, he might actually be able to find something. Plank goes down. Arlo pushing in as well, nice. Do close it out, just forcing that plant down and cleaning up in the post.
Well, I mean, you can use time as a resource. Not everything has to be done at the very beginning of the round. You leave things to the last second, but as long as you get it done, you get it done. Knights on attack right now have looked to be very patient on their offense, not rushing. And they played basement pretty well in the end. Church, Arsenal room we go again for a second try. It's not looking like a decent defense at the moment from LFO. Definitely not as convincing as they were on Cafe.
Yeah, and I'm still a bit confused by some of these picks. Like, what is that bandit accomplishing on a church defense? Because what are you going to do? Is it just for the church wall? I'm confused. Like, if you're going to bring some kind of wall denial, bring a Kayut. I mean, you're bringing the Kayut as well. Surely the mute would be just as effective. The only reason you would really bring a bandit is to bandit trick, but Knights are showing no intention of pushing church wall with the thermite charge or a Hibana pellet that you would need to bandit trick. So, and Thatcher's ban as well. So you don't need a bandit trick. Just chuck him down static. So, I'm pretty puzzled here by the bandit pick. I mean, he's got a good gun. He's got a C4, but you know, so does quite a few other operators that maybe could bring some other utility. Main change here from LFO. Oh, sorry, you go.
No. I was going to say, what you're saying here is Hills is going to go and get a 3K now.
I mean, surely, like, he's got to. The only thing that I think Bandit would bring here that Mute doesn't is he's a 3-speed and he has a slightly better gun. And a C4. But Mute has a C4 too, so I don't know. I'm confused, man. Well, I guess they are roaming, though. Maybe Hills is just comfort on the Bandit. It's pretty unusual though. Often we see when there's a roam on Clubhouse, it's a really heavy roam with, you know, lots of mute jammers and Mozzie drones and reinforcements and hatches open, but neither Sogs nor Hills has a shotgun. Ungmo's going to find an opening pick. That's Arlo. I guess that was a spawn peek outside of New Blue. Yep, indeed it was. Yeah, really loose roam. Very unconventional these days.
Would you say it's an interesting roam?
No, I don't say interesting. That word is actually blacklisted from my dictionary.
It's intriguing, I guess.
It's intriguing. I'm intrigued.
Plenty of time. Although for the first time, at least on Clubhouse, LFO may just have a bit of an advantage to taking out Arlo. There's Sophia Meister. Hills, now's the time to get that 3K I said you were going to get to prove Dev wrong on the Bandit.
Surely he gets this.
I don't think he's realized Hills has pushed up. Oh, that was a bit too aggressive. What are you doing? Oh.
Damn, son. Something a storyline we haven't really touched on tonight is Hills actually was a former player on this team. On Knights, he played with them for a very long time. He was actually, him and Stiggs were the two brothers playing on this team. So at least him, Hills, Stiggs, and Hayward go way, way back.
Well, at least it evens it up now for the Knights.
Yeah, good point. And I guess I have still the right to be critical of Hills' operator choice. He didn't really bring much utility. Could have just played mute, I guess. Once again, Hibana pellets used in dirt, and yeah, like you were saying. Plus, I think they also got the kitchen hatch open successfully. Knights didn't do a hard clear of the top floor. You can see Stratter is still just cautious. I believe Sogs, who was the other roamer, is now back on site, and he's going to find one. There you go. It's the blue rush, and 2 quick kills for defense. LFO holding on, and Sogs good for another, man. Sogs are nasty. Just, like, peek everything and kill everybody. That's one way to do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Offense is the best defense.
I thought you were saying offense is the best offense.
Yeah, well, both. It goes both ways, Dev, okay? Don't question.
How can two things be the best? That doesn't make sense.
CCTV and cash? Okay. All right.
I see you trying to change the subject.
Well, speaking of changing things, Hills does change to the Jaeger, but then now Angmo picks up the Bandit. And well, not too much really changed there in the defense.
The Bandit makes sense on this bomb site if you want to try and Bandit trick the main
Defenders,
wall.
protect your bombs
Except
from
if they bring a
being reached by
Maverick and
attackers.
counter your Bandit trick anyway. So I guess you could try Bandit trick the con wall, but yeah, Knights didn't really.
So what you're
show
saying
any
is it makes
interest in
sense,
con.
but it's just you're still not a fan.
No, I'm not a fan. I mean, I like Bandit, great operator, but ban Maverick if you want to use Bandit. Plus, Thatcher banning, having Thatcher banned means you just may as well bring Mute. Maybe I'm just a bot and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I really believe that Mute would be more effective than
10
Bandit.
seconds remaining.
And just more versatile, to be honest. Covers more walls as well.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Lessons with Dev. I'm loving it.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Well, let's see how Ungmo goes Bandit tricking this Maverick, which isn't going to work, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I mean, who said he's going to try? He might have something else up his sleeve.
Maybe he's just chucking in their static to deal damage to Strider. I think that's most likely, because if Strider gets too close to electricity, he'll take a tiny bit of damage. You couple that with the smoke grenades from Nasty, and that's quite a bit of damage you can deal. Maybe take Strider down quite low. Strider's been pretty efficient with this. You can see right here, though, Nasty is worried because if he tries to throw the gas grenade onto the wall, it's going to get electrified. So he's just going to shoot those batches anyway, and Ungmo has 0 utility. And the Bandit is even more pointless.
I won't lie, I'm just loving this little
I'm throwing shade.
rant you have for Bandit. I feel bad. Bandit just goes home to his wife and kids and says, Dev's roasted me again.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think you're right, though, in terms of just, like, trying to catch Strider a little bit. He actually did catch him on the very first round. He did take a little bit of damage, but it was so negligible. More damage from these smokes, though, onto Strider. And at least buying some time on that Kennel's wall as well. Minute 40 remaining. Knights, though, do have a little bit of control in that first floor stock room.
Yeah, and Juicy, once again, we talked about how he was perhaps a
bomb has been
linchpin
located.
of the Knights attack the last time round, and LFO haven't really done anything extra from what I can see to try to contest him. I don't know if they open up any holes looking downwards, but Sogs is roaming. If there were the holes pre-opened between Stock and Bar, then Sogs would be able to kill Juicy right now, but not to be. In fact, Strider likely to drone out Sogs. It looks like, despite what I was saying, Knights is in fact going for a construction master bedroom side push, so the Bandit could be impactful, but he's not in any position to try to Bandit trick the wall. Hills, what are you doing, mate? Where did he come from? I guess Spider-Man just comes down through and knifes Juicy. That's all right.
He's going to run out as well. Maybe see if he can spot anyone at Kennels. No. He's got to make sure he gets back to the site and really help out here. I mean, yeah, I think I love the way you said, where did he come from? Juicy probably said the exact same thing. 35 seconds remaining.
Breach.
And Knights are going to lose Dino to Mims. Angmo. They're watching this Kennel's entrance wall. Is able to get Arlo. Oh, this has gone horribly wrong for Knights now. After they had control, 1 versus 1. Strider solo. Mims the solo of LFO. 15 seconds. Does Mims allow this
10 seconds to go.
plant to go down? And it looks like that's going to be the case. Strider's got no choice at this point. Mims will start to push in. The nade. Oh! Doesn't get it the first one. Does the second one. Oh my god. That first one, I was like, oh no.
Strider, I choose you! It's a Pokemon reference, Sanox. I'm not sure if you
Oh, really?
not sure if you get that one. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we call those impact grenades Pokeballs. And yeah, now Mims can actually use Strider in his next battle if he goes to a gym. I'm not a Pokemon guy, I don't really know much. I'm talking out of my
No bandit this round unless it gets 6 picked. I mean, are you happy? Is Dev happy now?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Look, the funny thing is, like, there was one valid use case for Bandit that round, and it was to Bandit trick the wall between Cash and Con. And I originally said, I don't think Pittsburgh Knights are going to push that, and then they did, and they did Hibana it. But Ungmo, who was playing the bandit, was holding top red anyway. And if he did try to bandit trick, then he would have gotten countered by the Buck player who was downstairs, unless if it was after Hills had taken him out. So, yeah. I don't know.
Well,
Good
first
times.
time that we're going to be seeing Bedroom and Gym here.
Yeah.
4 rounds in.
Not wrong. Pretty good bomb site, to be honest. I mean, still not favored, but definitely a lot of good ways to deal with it. We often see the castle employed, a lot of deployable shield. Deployable shield from the Wamai here, placed in logistics office. Bit of a two-way angle. You can use it from safe. I think it's called it's called secret. It's called secret stash. Or you can head on over and use it from logistics to contest the master bedroom side. Versatile. Where's that? Bomber pellet. Okay. Yeah, so Strider's just going to do the same thing he was doing on the cash attacks, open up this CCTV wall with the Maverick. Nice little wiggly line there. Mute Jammer is there, so can't use the binder pellets on this. That's just banned, of course. Angmo's actually really close on the left side of that wall. I just have to be careful.
Let's just take Kennels into CCTV cache, pushing from that way. Then you've also got the balcony, or bedroom balcony. They want to play from there. 2 minutes, a lot of time, but a lot of the direction coming from that eastern side. Kennels balcony. Angmo just holding top red though, just in case they want to rush through here in a blaze of glory.
Wall fully open now. Ungmo is vulnerable to a quick peek. Gonna take a bit of cover behind this wall. Oh, spots the player, but it's a great shot from Arlo. Once again, a little tap with that suppressor on the LMG. Few Hibana pellets, but the Mute Jammer jams all but just the far right. Doesn't matter for Juicy and Arlo though. They're gonna go deep, take control of cash, put it in their own hands. In fact, Juicy's just gonna keep on heading on through office. Might catch Sogs off guard.
Bomb has been located.
Sure, with the barbed wire though, giving away the information that is in logistic. Minute remaining. A lot of time still at hand considering Knight's position. Dino and Juicy both finding a pick. There's only 2 left now for LFO. 2v4 was their specialty on Cafe. 2v5 will have to be their specialty here. Pixel available there from Nasty. Does get Strider low, but not enough to get the job done. 1v3. Sogs has got a bit of a chance here. Everyone's quite banged up on the side of Knights. It won't take too much. Pushing through construction now just to his right-hand side. Never mind, caught out. Knights win the round again.
Now, Arlo likes to go pew-pew with his little gun thing. LMG, pew-pew. That's my analysis.
I think most guns in this game go pew-pew. I mean, I may be wrong.
Yeah, but I like it when Arlo does it because it's the suppressed LMG, and I just think that's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, if you want to read into what happened that round for LFO, seriously, once Knights took control of Cash, which was basically just winning a 1v1, after opening up some walls, winning a 1v1 onto Ungmo, who was trying to hold that angle from top red. After that, they just went full send. It was Juicy and Arlo, kept pushing all the way into Con, and then Juicy all the way into logistics office, and yeah, just kills kept going from there. It took ground without really too much contention at all. LFO didn't have a great response for it, but in the last round of the half, LFO have a chance to cling back a few defenses. And they're going to start, well, they're going to finish it, I guess, their half here on the basement, which they have been successful with 50% of the time. And they bring the bandit again as well. Yeah, I'm actually sometimes accurate at maths. I don't have an exact percentage on how often I'm accurate with my maths though.
10 seconds to go.
It went to 3-3 on Cafe. Well, we go to 3-3 here on Clubhouse. It's been a very even series between LFO and Knights. Knights would love to take the advantage, of course, going into their defensive side. Of course, they're playing their backs against the wall a little bit here on Clubhouse. Down 1-0. They won't want to lose this series 2-0 to LFO.
And one of the changes I've I've liked to see here from LFO is bringing that mute on this basement defense. Super common, mute and Mozzie, and sometimes Castle, very frequently Castle. We call it SSG style roam. Info denial roam. A couple of rotations also opened up thanks to mute shotgun, but because not all that utility, all the drone denial was placed upstairs, it's pretty easy for Knights to drone this out. And they get good control on that top floor. Hills decides to play in a bit of a cheeky corner, but if he gets droned out, he's going to be a dead man for sure. Just banking on the fact that Dino's going to push in willy-nilly. Probably not going to happen, though. These kinds of plays, really high-risk plays, haven't worked out so well so far for Hills. In fact, Sogs is nearby as well in stock, but he's making quite a bit of noise sprinting around. Shoots Arlo in the back. I don't know what happened there. Wait, no, other way around. Arlo takes him out, and Dino finishes off Hills. And yeah, those are your roamers. Good night.
Well, they both get caught off together. Both Hills and Sogs. And the bandit pick continues to elude the thoughts as to why for Dev. One more extra round there. And this makes it really tough now for LFO to tie this map up, throw it into the half. 3 on site now. They've got no choice. They've lost those roamers. Knights are going to have full control of this first floor. Mim's at least able to get juicy with the C4. As Knights continue to just breach through. They usually push in at the last second. All at once try and overwhelm LFO. But one of the rounds, it was actually basement where we saw LFO kind of counter that as they were funneling in, picking up 3 very quick kills in the span of about 5 seconds. They're going to have to do the same thing here again.
There's another kill for Hayward. Finds out Mims in kitchen. Doing a box job here. Oh! Spots out that player as well, but caught through on the nade, doesn't get it. 40 seconds left. Another grenade in the pocket. He's going to try and bank that off the floor here. What are you doing, Ungmo? So much aggression from LFO, and it's just unfounded. Nasty in a 1 versus 4. No ammo left, and just harassed into nothing. Knights come away 4-2 on their attacking half.
I think that just shows the power of having that vertical control, having that first floor control. They can do as they please. They can open up, especially with the sledge, as much as they want. And as you mentioned, really nothing that Angmo could do. He was harassed. And really felt like LFO as a team were harassed that game from the very get-go with the roamers, Hills and Sogs getting obliterated. They got collapsed on so quickly and so early on. It made it very difficult. But we switched sides, and it's attacking time now for LFO as they look to bring Clubhouse back towards their favor.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I hope LFO can muster something on their attacks because I haven't been hugely impressed by their defenses this map. In fact, coming into this map, you know, I was the one saying if LFO's going to lose a map this series, it's Cafe. And with LFO's track record 7-5 over Wildcard, 7-2 over Elevate, undefeated at 6 Masters this season, and the fact that they have 3 VODs of Knights so far this season, I thought that LFO was going to be really strong on Clubhouse, but I mean, it might be too early to call it, but I think I was wrong.
10 seconds left before insertion.
LFO haven't looked good on their defenses. These aren't just Knights really outplaying LFO. I hate to be critical, but I just have been...
Locate and defuse a bomb.
I just haven't really believed in these LFO defenses, and I hope that they have some really strong attacks to pull out to compensate for that.
I believe in their offense, though. I think that it only takes 2 or 3 rounds to just sort of get back into this in terms of the scoreboard pressure. That is in favor of Knights right now. But then it's also on the flip side. If Knights win this very first defense hold and it's 5-2, it just makes it so much more difficult to come back from that sort of position. So this first attacking round for LFO is so crucial. This is going to be their chance to show Knights what they can do on offense.
Hayward does find that first pick. It's Ungmo once again, caught off guard, and Capital, pretty good utility loss there. Mainly for clearing blue, but not essential utility. It's not a hard breach, which is the most important thing, and it's not explosives either for dealing with utility like these Goyo shields. So I'd say that's probably the operator that it's okay to lose early.
A bomb has been located.
Still not ideal, that said. think LFO is still trying to figure out how serious this roam is from Knights, or if he even exists. And in fact, it looks to be just a few mute jammers scattered around. No utility whatsoever. Hills is just going to clarify that there's no players roaming as the rest of the team starts to work on dealing with these players on the bomb site, or I guess the next steps, which is opening up some hatches and avenues onto the bomb site. It's going to be on Nasty to get rid of this hatch. Gotta be careful though, that Qayyid playing underneath it needs to be careful not to expose himself.
Stark contrast though to what we saw from Knights, and well, more so even LFO's defense. LFO electing to have roamers and push around the map, make it a bit harder for Knights. Whether it worked or not is one thing, but from what we're seeing, Knights, they're just electing to hold all 5 in basement, allow this first floor to be taken, and that could be disastrous. They were very fortunate to get Angmo though, so 4v5 makes it difficult, but giving up so much control of that first floor so early on, 40 seconds, a lot of time. You can see the floor now starting to be opened up. Mims though did take a bit of damage. They are running out of time. Knights have still got 5 alive, so it's probably still in their favor for this round as we go into the last 30 seconds.
Sogs looking to peek on through that. All the utility basically wasted for LFO now. They're going to funnel through this church doorway. Sogs watching for this flank, but he gets taken out there. Frag's going all the way of Knights. It's just Nasty, and damn. I think that was a 4 versus nothing. Nasty was the only one to find a kill, I think, there for his team, and it was a team kill. So, yeah, Knights looking so good on that defense. LFO, bit of a mess.
And that's unfortunate too, because now it just seems potentially Knights might just run away with this one here in Clubhouse and we get another draw. And for LFO, you know, they played so well on Cafe. They had so many clutch moments, both defense and offense, and deservedly won that map. And you said that was the map that you would have given to Knights, and you would have said LFO take out Clubhouse, and yet it hasn't been a performance I think they would want to remember on Clubhouse. But in saying that, Knights have played this really, really well, both offense and defense so far.
Need to locate and defuse his
Yeah, it rings true with Knights' previous performance, 7-2 over Kanga, 8-7 over Sinister, which Sinister's been a good Clubhouse team. A lot of close games for Sinister on this map, but you know, with 8-7 over Sinister, 7-2 over Kanga, but then there's that outlier, the 3-7 to FEROX when Pittsburgh Knights lost this in their first Playday of 6 Masters. I saw weakness there. The fact that they had to push Sinister so hard, and the fact that they lost to FEROX, I really thought that Knights just wouldn't be this polished, especially relative to LFO. I mean, it's got kind of 2 sides to this coin, right? I thought LFO was going to be nuts on this map. And I thought Knights was going to be good, but flawed. And I was wrong. I mean, LFO, I've seen a few things that I've been impressed by on this map, but really quite few. This doesn't look like a strong map for LFO. They're not playing it like it is. And for Knights,
yeah,
it's really the opposite.
Yeah. LFO have not taken that momentum that they had from Cafe into Clubhouse. It's noticeable, but at the same time, Knights just have sort of found themselves again here in Clubhouse. I mean, and I said it at the end of the post-match after Cafe. Going into Clubhouse, Knights would not have been daunting this task. They would have felt very confident coming into Clubhouse. They would have backed themselves in and said, oh, we can win this. We probably should have won Cafe. And I think what's going to be interesting in the post-match interviews, if it does turn out to be a Knights win, is their thoughts on this. Probably should have been a 2-0 to them, but that's not how it played out on Cafe, of course. And who knows? Maybe still might not play out that way here in Clubhouse. But everyone's still to play. Can't count out LFO just yet.
Of course, something we haven't talked about tonight, Knights. They're still reeling from that roster change, losing Stigs to Fnatic, bringing back Arlo from the bench. I mean, he was completely removed from the team. Bringing him back in again. Now, Arlo's really been stepping it up, and more so, Knights as a whole, it looked like the strong team that we had expected them to be, even with their former roster. Now holding on to this bedroom defense. Not a lot of progress made for LFO. Still haven't even opened the CCTV wall. Maverick has opened up the spar deck wall. It's very useful, but Hayward prepped with a nitro cell. Gonna throw that out. Ungmo walks the wrong way. Hayward finds nothing with it. Sog's trying to find an angle through the hatch.
Those are the little victories, though, that I think LFO need to go their way. The C4 missing from Hayward. Dino finds a double. Hayward able to keep putting that pressure on the window as well. And the little victories become no victories in the end for LFO after losing those two players so easily. Angmo at least able to find Hayward, but he's immediately traded back by Dino, who's now up to a triple kill this game. Go ahead, give him the ace, boys.
So messy. Kills everywhere. Dino, as you said, doing well. Sog's trying to push up from the main stairs. About to walk into a three-way crossfire. Those never go your way, mate. Mim's last man standing. How much damage can he do? Gets the injury on the Dino, but he is nicely finished off for Knights. They just casually stroll over to match point.
Yeah. I mean, literally, like this, you know, I don't want to sort of fake hype this up here, but Knights have just decimated LFO right now on Clubhouse. Like, it doesn't feel close. Cafe was a struggle. It was a contest, a real gritty match that was a war of attrition both ways. 50-50 fights that favored Cafe 3-4 times maybe over the course of that match. And it was sort of Knights kept trying to plug away, fight back, even though things weren't quite going their way. But this 2-6, it feels like could easily end up 7-2, which, to no surprise, Dev, was the scoreline that was against Kanga from Knights last week.
And in fact, the same scoreline that LFO took on this map against Elevate, a team that you'd think would really be doing well against LFO. So, it might be we continue the trend from last week with teams trading each other's map picks, but LFO, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here. Something has still got to be left in the tank. Surely there are pages of the strat book which haven't yet been turned over, because we talked earlier tonight in our first game about how perhaps what really made the difference for FEROX was just not winning winning their one-on-ones against Elevate. And that's not what we're seeing here. You know, I'm not surprised LFO's losing because they're just getting rolled in 1v1s. It just doesn't look like this is a good map for them. They're strategic, they're pushing, their operator selection, how they're dealing with these obstacles, it just doesn't seem right. Dino's got the confidence here to go for a spawn peek on match point.
Oh.
And get it as well, he injures Ungmo. Well, that's going to waste a lot of time.
That's what you want, though, on match point, is to be that aggressive. Make it so much harder now for LFO. The doubts in their mind. Look how far back they're playing at Kennels. Like, they are scared. Expecting Knights to be aggressive and very confident in this match point round now that they are so far ahead. They can maybe do some more risky things. But this has just been such a bizarre sequence of events here on Clubhouse. You mentioned this looks like a poor map for LFO. Well, when they 7-5 to wildcard, 7-2 against Elevate. Like, this is supposed to be a decent map for LFO, and yet they're just about to be completely swept off away. 7-2 if this round continues the way that it's heading, with Sogs going out early. 2 minutes remaining. Knights in the driver's seat.
So what is the situation here where LFO bring it back? In a 3 versus 5, Ungmo low HP. Knights not a lick of damage to any of their players. Hills, Nasty, and Ungmo pushing from the Kennels side with all of his soft breaches dead. Ungmo's trying to just shoot off the soft part of this wall. He finally gets it done. Nasty looking to push Garage. It's the next step. Player on the rafters he's got to deal with. If he peeks in as well to take that fight, he's got to deal with the lounge angle. And there's so much barbed wire, even if he does take Garage, he'll likely get exposed to the cash angle as he walks up. I really have to see a big play from Hills or Ungmo here in order to make this work. And Hills is just so lost. Gonna jump back down, maybe push up top red. Knights aren't giving LFO a damn thing here.
And the thing as well is Angmo on Kennel's balcony. I mean, he's so low as well. There's no way he can push in. Up in rafters. Nasty's low here. Won't take too much to finish him. He can't push up that far high. It'll be too slow, and he's got the diffuser as well. It's down. This match is over. Knights are going to take this 7-2 cleanly on Clubhouse. I'm a bit surprised here. I'm not going to lie, Dev.
And poor Ungmo left with nothing but his pride to salvage. 30 seconds left. There's only one way you can end this, Ungmo, and that's by giving it your best shot. Player runs outside, bit of BM, does a bit of damage to it. Surely they're going to re-peak that. Knights want to tell LFO that they mean business. A 7-2, and Ungmo's not going to give him the satisfaction. Again whiffs his shots. Surely he loses this. Knights want to show them who's the boss. Another kill and he gets another one. Finally, they hunt him down. And Knights take the map incredibly dominantly, a 7-2.
Well, I think the scoreline definitely tells the story in all aspects there on Clubhouse. 7-2. Knights convincingly, and a stark contrast to what we saw on Cafe, where, as I mentioned before, it really was a struggle between both of the teams. And I can't wait to get their thoughts in the post-match interviews to come as well, Devin. I think definitely Knights, the mindset of how do they feel after that series, knowing they probably could have taken it 2-0, more so than LFO could have.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Knights had such a strong position there. And imagine if these maps were the other way round, and Knights won the first map, Clubhouse, and then we went on to Cafe, and LFO just edged out those victories thanks to the clutches. If you're Knights, you'd feel robbed. And I think that maybe it was the fact that Knights had that blunder on Cafe, their own map pick, and they lost those advantageous rounds that gave them the fire they needed to come back so strongly on Clubhouse.
I think you're right in the sense of feeling robbed, but you've still got to give credit for those 2v4s that happened in favor of LFO. At the end of the day, you've still got to get the job done and clutch that out. It's not an easy situation or an easy thing to win. So how much of it is like sort of choke? Like Knights will probably feel like they really threw that away on Cafe, whereas LFO will feel like they really like thoughtfully won that and earned that map win on Cafe. So in the end, I think both teams sort of walk away happy. Knights probably feel like they left more on the table though.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, I'm just really surprised. I feel like LFO just won so many unfavorable positions on Cafe, and Knights are going to be disappointed with that. But also LFO, 7-2 on Clubhouse. I really thought that was one of your best maps, and that's all you've got to show for it. That's a disappointment as well.
But I also think, to just sort of reel off here on LFO, coming into 6 months this season, not a lot was expected. And yet now we're sitting in a position here where we're saying they may have sort of thrown a decent position away, and we were maybe expecting them to do well, right? So I think that in itself is a small victory on the season as a whole for how LFO has been going. They still draw. They're the king of draws. They'll continue that going into at least next week. So I think that they can feel like, okay, we're that one step closer. We didn't quite bring it on Clubhouse. Put in the work, come back next week and potentially get that 2-0, which next week, looking at it, they've got FEROX. Like, I think that's going to be a really, really good matchup between both teams. Both teams will feel like they should be able to come away with 2-0. They both should feel confident.
Yeah, FEROX has been a team that I've seen going all over the place. Really great performance tonight in our first game. LFO, and they started so strong on Cafe. I think they've got to be happy with that, even if Clubhouse didn't pan out the way that they hoped.
We do have our first interview for LFO Knights. It is the coach, Enigma, from LFO. Welcome, Enigma. Love the suit. Looking good.
Thank you. Thank you. Spiffing it up every single week as per usual.
How many suits? At what point are you actually going to run out of suits? That's my question. Have you actually got one for all of your 7 games?
I have one for all the games, and even a special one when we make it to LAN.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh.
Fighting words,
absolutely.
mate.
Absolutely.
So you guys, I mean, coming into this week, we know that you had some big words, you had some big claims, and I think you really showed your fans that they put their faith in you very well. With the first map, Cafe, you won so many deficits, but then Clubhouse, like, what happened there? You guys, previously that was a really strong map for you guys, and something just didn't click tonight.
I wasn't in the comms for tonight, so I couldn't hear what was going on. I could only see what was being presented in front of me. And while, we did extensively, we put notes, we watched their VODs and everything like that. Unfortunately, we just didn't work to what we were prepping for. There were very common things that they were doing that, each individual member of the team had specifically pointed out together. And, when it happened, it just wasn't translating onto the field. And I'm sure there's going to be some sort of, excuse or rather, but with the team, I mean, we take the loss. and we move on. Because at the end of the day, we can't delve on this. We just need to be, heading straight forward, just like on every other game that we've played.
Enigma, I'm going to just take you back to Cafe here, where there's a bit more happy memories. What goes into the decision there that you guys feel like at the start of that round, you're playing really, really well, and then do you feel like you really won that, or was it Knights choking it a little bit? Like, how confident do you feel how you guys played on Cafe?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if I don't back my team, if I don't believe in them, then there's no point in me being here in the first place. There's no point having a coach. There's no point having that belief in my players, because then, why should they trust me? Why should they listen to me? I back my team in everything, from a 1v5 to a 2v4. And at the end of the day, if the Knights should have won it, they would have won it. They didn't win it because they didn't play it well. My team did, on the other hand. Just the way it is.
I love it. That's 100% correct, Enigma. Thank you so much. Best of luck next week against FEROX.
Fantastic. Thanks for your time, guys. I'll see you guys next week.
I think he's spot on there, Dev, with what he said there. 100% agree that at the end of the day, the opportunity, if Knights should have won it, they should have won it.
Never ceases to disappoint me, that man. Fighting words, and yeah, I love that. And so much faith in his team. Also, the fact that he's got a suit for every single Playday, that's dedication to the cause. I respect that. It's more than I've got.
I'm interested to see. He was so confident that they're going to make LAN that he's got a suit ready for LAN.
Yeah.
And I mean, all I'm picturing is like some bright pink flamingo style suit that stands out from a mile away. I'd love it.
I hope so. Now, I mean, we'll check the standings before we close tonight, but I'm pretty sure that these teams, with trading these maps, have put themselves neck and neck, and they're still fighting for that 4th place to head to playoffs. So definitely something to keep in mind.
Well, we're going to go over to the Maverick main from this series, Strider from the Knights, for an interview. Firstly, Strider, congratulations on the win on Clubhouse. How are you boys feeling after that one?
We're feeling quite good after that Clubhouse 7-2. Felt good.
Yeah, wonderful. Nice tie there. I like it.
I heard that was in.
Yeah, seems to be. So, mate, well, I know you guys just came off a really strong win on Clubhouse, and I do want to touch on that. But first, I just want to go back to Cafe. I know you guys have been pretty strong on Cafe, but there were just some situations that didn't seem to go your way. What was happening there for you guys?
Yeah, honestly, we're actually not too mad about Cafe, because we felt as though they were falling into all of our traps. In our minds, we won that map. They were only winning rounds because they were able to just win those one-on-ones in the last 15 seconds. And if that's what they need to rely on to win rounds, then we're okay with that, because we can just keep playing our game. And I think they just got the lucky draw with those 15 seconds, but any other time, it goes our way. So we're really happy with the way that we played on Cafe, even though they beat us.
I love the fighting words, probably the embodiment of Enigma there as well. Going on to Clubhouse, though, obviously you guys wouldn't have been down at all, right? Going into that map, you would have felt quite confident, and I think it really showed in your play style.
Yeah, I mean, we knew how they were going to try and play. It was obvious that when they gave us map control, we would just watch our flanks and they would just give away the first pick. As soon as they got aggressive, it hurt us, but then once we got back on top, we found those first picks. We just found that the rounds just collapsed on top of themselves, just because they were playing so aggressive. So it's exactly what I predicted last week.
Well, Strider, I love the fighting words. Best of luck next week against Elevate and for the rest of the season.
Thanks, Xenox. Thanks, boys. Catch you later.
I've got to say, the confidence is something that you cannot underestimate for a team that comes from the coach, then down, to the captain, and then to the rest of the crew. Everyone then follows suit, and everyone plays that way. And I think, as I said, Clubhouse, it showed.
Yeah, very much so. Knights, like Strider was saying, in their minds, they won Cafe. And I think the fact that they didn't actually get that victory, they didn't get the 7 rounds they needed, the fact that they just fell short was exactly what they needed to keep the fire alive and really just make Clubhouse a serious show 7-2. So they definitely got a lot to be proud of.
Well, Playday 7 of 6 Masters certainly brought us a lot of action as we recap the results. 1-1 to 1-1, both for Elevate and Team FEROX, which really was sort of just quite literally one map apiece, Dev.
Yeah, we are actually at the exact halfway point of 6 Masters now, which is really exciting. Elevate Team FEROX was a really good one, and I think FEROX is going to be really happy they scraped away a win there. Elevate as well, you know, they've a lot of pressure on them to close out this season. LFO Knights, I mean, that's just a rivalry we're never going to forget.
No, and I think that especially the beatdown on Clubhouse, but then just that war of attrition on Cafe, we got it all in this series between LFO and Pittsburgh Knights. What's interesting, though, is all 4 of these teams actually play each other next week. So you've got LFO versus FEROX and Knights versus Elevate. So I don't know, I just find that really, really cool. Interesting, I guess you could also say.
Oh, yes, very interesting. Draw a crisscross on this graphic and you would see what the matchups are for next week. Let's have a look at the standings and see where these teams have fallen. And this battle for the playoff spots is getting spicier by the minute. Take a look at that. Knights have actually jumped over Okami. And I'm just going to check whether that's due to their round difference when they played against... No, so they haven't actually played each other yet. So, wow, Knights jumped over Okami despite being on the same number of points. LFO's up there as well. And Sinister only 1 map win away from joining them.
Yeah, and of course, Sinister will be playing tomorrow. So FEROX have been able to keep up there, you know, with the top 6 as well. They're not, without a question, done by any means. Obviously, as you mentioned, we're only at the halfway point of the season. A lot of games still be played, and looking forward to FEROX's schedule, it does open up for a bit more opportunities for them to make a late run push for that top 4. So towards the last 2 weeks, don't be surprised if they're making a hard push there. But Okami still haven't played either. So while Pittsburgh and Elevate do jump up a little bit here on the standings, of course, there are still games to be played tomorrow.
That's it. Wildcard, Okami, and Sinister and Kanga will all play tomorrow. So that really gives Wildcard the chance to run away with the lead away from Elevate. Okami also to jump back over into second place, where I'm sure they're going to be gunning for. So a lot of possibilities here, a lot of movement that can happen in the standings. That said, we've had half the season. That does give us a really good indication of where some of the teams have gone. That said, typically at the start of the season, that's when you see the more unbalanced matchups, because the top seed teams like Elevate Wildcard tend to play the bottom seed teams like LFO. But we've seen so far this season that just because it's a high seed versus a low seed doesn't mean the result is clear cut. And as we head into the final playdays, and those teams who are right next to each other on the ladder are going to be facing off, it's going to get dire.
Well, I don't think I could have asked for a better introduction to 6 Masters and Rainbow Six Siege, Dev. I've had an amazing day. I hope everyone at home has been having an amazing day as well. We are going to end the show now, but of course we will be back tomorrow for Playday number 8 for 6 Masters. We'll see you then.
I'm safe, only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Did she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you break